Hi, henchmen. Welcome to the show. Happy to be here. With me today is animator, cartoonist, author of Butch Killigan, and a guy I refer to as my best friend. It's Sven Stoffels, everyone. Hi, Sven.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, bestie? How are you doing?
What's
my
up,
best
man?
friend.
Sven's been doing the show for years. We do this thing every year. We do this thing called Sven Day, where we have Sven on and we do an entire episode with Sven. And you've been a light and a shining beacon in my life for so many years.
I would almost say we're like soulmates, like brothers.
Brother, man, almost like
friends is just doesn't cut it for me. Like we're really best friends.
Brothers the way.
Another thing I wanted to add too is,
please,
anything you have said, are about to say, or will say in the future, I completely endorse. Everything you believe, I just completely co-sign everything you think, believe, say, or will say. Wow. I would like people to think of every sentence that you say as if it's written down, and then I put my autograph underneath. Legally, spiritually, I endorse it all.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. For the past 15 years of PODAWFUL, I don't think I've ever said anything on this show that wasn't essentially scripted by Sven. Sven, not just putting his stamp of approval on it. I'm sort of a Metatron for Sven. I'm like puppeteered by him in a way that is almost uncomfortable. We're brothers. We're not just brothers. We're brothers, the way black guys mean it, where they're connected by a shared traumatic DNA history of pain and exclusion, but for being white, which is, even better. So
hail. All hail.
Yes.
And I think people get it. We're best buddies, best friends,
best pals.
I'm happy to be here.
Happy to be here. BH. Wow, look at that. See, everybody thought I was lying when I said that, but he knows all the terms and everything.
I know all that. By the way, I like that little logo you got down there. Did you animate that little PODAWFUL?
I did animate that. Thank you so much.
No, really? Did you do that? Listen, can I for real ask you this? Do you honestly, the graphic design and shit, do you hire a guy or do you do all of that?
All right. In all honesty, all of the graphics you see on this program, okay, things like this and so on, I do that. In this yes, 100%. In this one case, I'm so glad you're asking me this, actually, because so many people think I'm hiring Indians on Fiverr to do it for me. Now, in this one case, this logo was not drawn by me. I could have. Honestly, I could have. I animated it, though. I took a drawing from someone that I hired, and the guy's name is Goro Moms it's Moms
from Mortal Kombat
with a dollar sign for the S, and he's really good. He's actually a very good artist, and I like him a lot. So I kind of hired him to do it. Shout
outs to that guy.
I just wanted to support art. I'm a guy who supports art, and that's why I'm having my best friend Sven on, because Sven is
Butch Killigan.
He's promoting Butch Killigan. Which
I've been making the rounds, I'm going on all these podcasts. Now I'm here today with my best buddy.
I read the first issue, the first book of this, and I got to say, the part where you had Butch and the little guy that looks like Peter Lorre, and the big...
I like that you caught that.
And the big black lady that's like the, what's her name from the 80s, and the part where they meet Jesus Christ and kill him again is insane. So you've apparently got another one of these coming out?
Book 2 is coming out right now. I think you might have the trailer queued up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I've definitely...
We're crowdfunding it right now. It's doing really well. It's already surpassed the previous crowdfund on book 1. Also, book 1, by the way, is nearly completely sold out. There's only like maybe 10 copies available. You can either get those by adding them onto the current campaign if you order book 2. Okay, so at checkout you can add on a number 1. Look, I have them right here. Look, this is
all on Kickstarter. You got a Kickstarter going on.
I got a Kickstarter and an Indiegogo. So last time we did this was the Kickstarter cover, and then we got an Indiegogo variant cover. Okay. Now these 2 books, they're only available in limited quantities, then they're gone, and it will never be reprinted with this cover again. Now, we will do another cover because we don't want to deprive people of the first book, obviously. But these ones are only for the people who backed, basically, the campaigns. These are almost completely sold out. But yeah.
So, guys,
that's how that works.
There's the hard sell here at the very top of the show, and then we're going to get into
the trailer.
We're going to get into what you guys really want to hear. But before we even start the show here,
which is my diarrhea story, right?
Yes. Before we even get into the intro of the show, ladies and gentlemen, the trailer for Butch Killigan. Here it is, Volume 2 coming.
Revenge awakens in Butch Killigan 2.
Right?
Ain't that fucking sick?
That's pretty cool. So, Indiegogo, Starter, Kickstarter. What is there like a short link for those or something?
Well, they're going to be in the comment section and in the description right after this show ends.
Okay, I guess I'll have to figure that out or something. I don't know how even to do it.
Trust me, they will.
So what is that, like a hyperlink or something I'm going to have to fucking figure out, I guess?
Come on, dude. It's not that difficult to copy paste.
Okay, well, I guess maybe if you send it to me.
Yeah, and anyways, otherwise, you go to my Twitter at Sven Stoffels. You'll be able to find all the links over there, too. But they will be in the comments, trust me. Or in the chat right now if there's some of my guys over there.
Okay, so cheers.
Yeah, go check it out. Butch Killigan 2. Grab your copy.
I'm a big fan. We're going to talk about art and all that kind of stuff. I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. But people here, they want to know the low down, dirty stuff. They want to hear your secrets. They want to hear your thoughts and opinions. There are things that you have opinions, okay? You have opinions that people want to hear. You've got a stream that you do called Sven Streams.
Yeah.
Over on YouTube.
Yeah.
And,
I do, in fact, yes.
And there's one thing in particular that I think people want to hear about quite a bit from you, okay?
All right.
And maybe it's something that's been alluded to in the past here on PODAWFUL even. Maybe it's something that we've sort of danced around the bush on before. Maybe it's something you've never even really brought up publicly since this has sort of become a thing. But I'm just going to say it, okay? And if I'm forcing your hand here, then, well, frankly, so be it. But
well, let's do this. I'm ready, dude.
There's a certain podcaster out there who is incredibly embarrassing, wears these silly, oversized sunglasses, uses these gay little in-ear monitors for his podcast. I guess he's particular in some way, covers all of the, all these people on YouTube and everything, all the usual suspects. Even talks about a guy named Patrick Melton. Ever heard of him? Sven?
I have.
Patrick Melton?
Yeah.
And I think maybe...
I'm not sure who you're describing here, but I can't wait to find out.
Well, I have a feeling you might know exactly who I'm talking about, because if we take a look, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to a character named Win by 2 Radio.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first time in 2024, welcome back. Holy shit. We're back. Just like that. 6 weeks. 6 weeks. I'm very excited for today's show. You guys are
Get one of these
already.
Yeah.
Do I have to do
didn't have to
that?
beg you. Super chats and fucking memberships. This is fucking phenomenal. Why do I ever take 6 weeks off? No, we're going to get to begging a little bit because I missed out.
How could you not watch a show that looks like this?
Every time I
Win by 2 Radio, you said?
Yeah, it's, I think, or it's...
hands out begging.
I don't know if it's called
He has hearing aids?
He's got these little hearing... I don't know what's going on. He's got a fancier haircut now where he brushes it back and sort of like a little ducktail or something. He wears some of the latest brands, some of the hottest trends out there. And
that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know.
hype.
I honestly don't know if this thing is called Win by 2 Radio. In the Paint podcast, the guy is known as John DiCaprio, I think. I was going to say John DiMaggio, but that's Bender. And he's also known as, and I kid you not, Blade.
Yo. That's his prison name?
Yeah. He calls
this
himself.
This guy did time.
He calls himself Blade. Okay, you ready for that?
That's fucking sick.
Yeah, so we're going to cover
so I'm, I'll let you cook.
We're going to cover the thing you guys have been waiting for on this show forever, which is, of course, for my best friend, Sven Stoffels, to talk about Win by 2 radio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is PODAWFUL.
Hell yeah. I love it.
I spilled the tea. Fuck me. God damn it, dude.
Yeah.
That was cute. It was a little flashback from when I did the Happy to Be Here, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Let me, I've got you. Oh, I just ended the mute. Ooh, God. Oh, man, that feels terrible. I wanted to get you. You were doubled up on screen there. I wanted to get you off of there, but
let's see. Is my audio good? Can people hear me properly and shit like that? Yeah.
Can you guys hear Sven properly? Is this
One's
working?
In the chat if you can hear me properly, please.
Twos if you want to see Sven's big cup of poop. He pooped into a.
Yeah, I have diarrhea. Should I tell my diarrhea story real quick?
Yeah, I guess we should get into that. People want to listen. People want to hear your opinion on Win by 2 radio. A guy.
Yeah, we can get into that later. We'll have like hours and hours.
We'll talk about that. But you went to a wedding or some shit or something.
Well, look, I literally. So I've been making the rounds, all these podcast interviews, and but I found out everybody hates each other. You know,
I don't.
I did the. You don't?
Listen, all you heard was...
I went on Josh Moon. He hates Ethan
me.
Ralph. Ethan Ralph hates him. I went on Dick Masterson. He hates this guy. They all hate each other.
Oh my
I'm
God.
trying to mend the sector. I'm here to be the glue that brings the sector together. You know what I'm saying?
I like you. I don't care at all about Josh Moon.
We're best friends.
We're best friends. Josh Moon does hate me. So maybe what it really was is you just kept going on these shows and they just all... hate me, your best friend.
No, that's like some kind of a mega maniacal ego trip you're having. It wasn't all about you.
Well, we're on PODAWFUL.
Everybody hates each other.
Not me. I don't even hate Dick Dick Masterson got me kicked off of Patreon. I don't even hate him.
Oh.
In fact, I thank him for it. So, but you were on. So you were on the show of the guy who got me.
I did that, and then I was supposed to have a 2-day break because my wife has been telling me about this wedding. I live in Indonesia now. I live in I live in Bali, Indonesia right now nowadays.
What?
Okay?
Huh?
Come on, what do you mean?
How does that even happen?
Have you seen my butty?
I thought you were like a white nationalist sort of.
Yeah, sometimes you got to switch things up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
All you white nationalists, you always go.
Yeah, we're all rice cookers. I know, there's a little thing going. I'm not a white. Well, maybe I am a white nationalist, not a white supremacist.
What nation?
I am a nationalist.
What nation are we talking about when you're a white nationalist?
Listen, this used to be a Dutch colony. I'm back to reclaim what's mine, basically. You know
I think it's more of an ant colony, me personally.
No.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response.
I'm not saying that about any particular type of people.
Okay then. Listen, I was.
Hang on, real quick. I don't know anything about Indonesia. Do they have a queen?
I don't fucking know. I don't know what they have.
You don't know.
Because that would be more like an ant colony.
Okay, I didn't say that. That you're saying that. I didn't say anything that. But what if they did have a queen?
I was supposed to have 2 days off to go to this fucking wedding in Jakarta. Okay, I know it's just going to get very complicated.
The fucking thing from Windows 95 that teaches you about the world.
That's Magna Carta.
I don't think
they do have a thing in Windows called JavaScript, which is named after one of the cities here, Java, after the coffee bean, which we also brought back to the West. So if you enjoy your coffee, you're welcome.
You're welcome. Hey, white people, you're welcome.
You're welcome. Well, but so here's what happened. Okay, so I've been in Indonesia for about 3 months now. Okay. And as a white guy, if you ever plan to travel to Southeast Asia, you need to prepare for the fact that you're gonna have a little bit of a period where you need to get your
readjusted.
intestines, your gut biome needs to get used a little bit to all the spices and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So let's say if you ever want to come to Bali,
bugs.
Indonesia, make sure for at least the first couple of days you book a nice hotel with a comfortable bathroom because you're going to be spending a little bit of time there. But
listen, I don't even live in Indonesia, and I've been experiencing these. I have a hemorrhoid.
Oh, that's cool.
I've been blowing out my O-ring so fucking hard, apparently, that I just I blast a chunk of turd, and then it's just soup for days. And now I've got this thing. It's like I'm sitting on a grape nut right now.
That's TMI. Okay, well,
You're telling me about your fucking.
I'm not there. Listen, I wasn't going to describe my pure shit.
You're not? Well, then we can cancel the interview if you want. You can go and fucking kill stream,
listen.
I guess.
Here's the deal, though.
Okay.
Here's the deal. So for 3 months, I've been eating Indonesian food. Not even really a problem, okay?
If you say so.
Then, so I've been doing a little bit of a fast because I want to fit into this wedding uniform that I got.
They're making you guys wear uniforms, which is what a bug person would, of course, do, is wear a uniform.
Sure, it's called batik. Actually, it's like this.
Okay.
But so then I decided to treat myself, and I ordered, just out of the blue, authentic Mexican food. Yes, they have it here in Bali. Authentic? Mexican food.
How can you say authentic?
Yes, because it's owned by a Mexican. It's owned by a Mexican. Now listen, I'm not even that familiar with Mexican food because in Europe it's not really that much of a thing. I understand for you guys it's bigger because it's like a bordering nation and all that jazz.
I live on the moon. I don't even know.
I know, but I got a couple of fucking tacos, okay, with like pulled chicken. It was a little soupy. It didn't really taste right, but then again, I didn't have much of a reference material because I never really eat it.
Okay.
That type of stuff.
All right.
Finish 3 tacos, go to bed, and I wake up in severe pain, okay? It's like I'm being stabbed in the gut. It's like I got a gunshot. It's like there's fucking a Gazan war happening in my fucking tummy, okay? It's like fucking... It's like it is an Israeli man shooting off tiny little Palestinian boys' cocks in my belly.
Let me be very clear. I'm on one side of your tummy then, and not the other. And I'm not saying which one, but I think you know.
So as I'm saying, there's like a hook-nosed Jew shooting off a cute little puppy-eyed Palestinian boy's boyhood.
What the hell?
Point blank. Shooting off a tiny little boy's cock right here in my belly. You might have seen on Twitter the footage of those little children's brains being blown out, splattered across the concrete. That's actually not footage from Gaza. That's an X-ray from my gut.
I saw it on Pornhub, actually, crazy enough.
Oh, that's not what it's supposed to be. That's run by Jays. So
that's why it was up there. That's what they're jacking to. So,
okay.
You ever been to
so that's happening in my gut. That's happening in my gut. You know what? Long story short, I have to go.
I'm shitting myself is the story.
I'm traveling. I have to go on an airplane while constantly going to the bathroom. And my guts are literally, it's this. Let me show you this. I'm gonna illustrate what it's like.
All right.
Look, so now imagine this is my asshole. Okay?
I would love to imagine that. Hang on a second. Really let me imagine that for a second.
And this is the the bowl. It's
okay.
Like this.
You guys use toilets over there.
It's like this.
Mm-hmm. Bloop, 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 bloop.
That's sort of what it was like. And that every 30 minutes. That was what I was going through, you know what I'm saying? Running back and forth. And then I don't know if you understand how hellish it is to have to go through that while you're running around airports.
Right.
Sitting on airplanes.
No, I thought they went in holes over there. Is that not? They've changed. They've upgraded.
No, this is a civilized nation.
Wow, that's incredible stuff. I'm learning a lot here.
Isn't that good?
You know what? I feel like I am. I feel like I am using Jakarta 95 right now. I've learned like so much about your poop and the consistency of it and Indonesia.
Listen, I won't get into the whole thing. Needless to say, I got back home. I got a couple of hours of sleep. Right now for me, right now it's 8 a.m. I got up at 6 a.m. just to be here with my best bud to do this show. So just to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, the poop jag. That was the poop jag.
if I got to run back and forth to the toilet, you know what happened to me.
You ate a taco.
Mexican food. Out of
just
all the food,
a single taco. You're like you got a baby's tummy. Of all the things, I mean, you build this whole story up. I'm in Indonesia. I'm traveling about. You have no idea what it's like, my gut biome, and then just a fucking taco took you out. Are you retarded?
Yes, but it was rotten fucking chicken. That's what it did. What did it? It's a Mexican. So out of all the fucking blacks here that could have made me sick for months and months, none of them did it. A Mexican did it. You understand? So I never shared in the Mexican hatred.
How does
until this weekend?
How does a Mexican even get to Indonesia? How does that even happen? They got a big tortilla or something? You think?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyway, what? So you got a real runny poop, and what color is it?
Listen, dude, I didn't really want to get into all that.
I'm not joking. We were testing the microphones for like almost an hour before the show, and over and over again, Sven was like, I have to tell everybody my poop story. They got to hear about my poop.
Listen, this poop story is hours and hours long, but I feel like this it's just too much to handle.
You're like, the people are going to love the poop story. They're into poop. I said, Sven, I don't know if my audience is that into poop. I said they might be into the hemorrhoid story.
I'm not. It's not so much about the poop. It's about the suffering that I had to go through.
I'm sitting on a donut over here, and you're going to tell me about suffering because you ate Taco Bell for one evening. I'm sorry, man, but I don't know. We'll leave it up to a vote in the chat on who's winning here. This is a debate. This is a competition. And it looks like Israel is on top yet again. Tell the poop story. They say he just told the poop. We just sat through a whole
the poop story is about. You know what? I'm gonna do a stream right after this. I'll tell the full hour-long poop story. I just feel like.
Hang on a second. Are you going to paywall the poop story off of my show where people?
We might. Yeah, guys, if you want to hear the full poop story, you got to tune into Sven's stream.
You doing a tease? You can't do a tease into your own stream. I've already let you promote this fucking.
Why not?
This gay comic book thing you're doing.
Excuse me. No. This comic book's not gay. This is the greatest comic book ever seen.
A lot of people would say comic books are for babies, but. I wouldn't say that, but a lot of people would. I think it's cool that you get to draw all day. It's like arts and crafts class all day long. Or
I think what we should do is this. I'm going to just kind of get into more of the vibe, and I'm going to wear this little guy right here.
Okay. What's okay. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow, did you have that prop like already ready to go for this exact moment?
This one is already there.
Wow.
This one is always there.
Sven, what is it about all of the people who have ever talked about PODAWFUL in a bad light? They've got a costume for me for some reason. It's very strange. You said a lot of bad things about PODAWFUL in the past, but I've always liked you, Sven. You've always been my best friend. Because
I don't really remember any of that. It seems like that type of stuff really stuck around for you.
It's not that it stuck around for me. It's that people constantly remind me of it. They like to show me screenshots of you saying things and going, "See, he hates you. You stink. You're the worst guy ever."
Listen, dude, let's bygones be bygones. Water under the bridge.
It's not a problem.
I didn't mean any of that. I don't really remember any of that much. Okay, you want to watch that guy? What is this guy's name again? The Blade?
Blade. Yeah. Apparently he calls himself Blade. I don't know what it is about this dude, but something about him reminds me of something. It's like this. I get this like odd, almost spooky feeling when I'm watching him because
uncanny almost.
Deja vu, something in there. You ever seen this guy?
Do you have some footage of this guy? I've never ever seen this guy.
You've never seen Win by Two? He's probably a big fan of yours, if I had to guess.
No way.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? The Sven? He probably.
Where would I have supposed to have seen this guy?
Win by Two Radio on YouTube, of course. Win.
Can we see a little bit of him? I would like to see. Am I just springing something on you right now?
No. I want. Yeah. You're springing this on me.
I mean, do you have like a whole thing available?
I've got reams and reams available here.
All right.
If you really
Have you
want.
gone over Blade before? Should we call
Well,
him
okay.
Blade or-
So actually, let me loop you in here a little bit. All right.
Yeah,
So I've been in the pizza fund. I've been secretly bringing this guy up just here and there, every once in a while, these little references. There's this. Do you know who Mersh is?
I do know. I've been covering Mersh specifically his strokes. That's the highlights for us. The
Yeah.
Sven cells. We love to cover Mersh's strokes.
I was there live on the scene when it first happened. I was with Frank Hassel. We were loving the stroke. We were enjoying it. And this guy Mersh, I don't actually remember how this relates back to what I was about to say at all. I just got completely lost in the idea.
You asked me whether I know about Mersh.
Yeah, I probably did that for. I would bet I did that for some reason.
All right. No, who cares? But yes, no, you were asking me if I knew. You were basically running the gamut of obscure streamers, of which one. I don't know if Mersh is that obscure, but
yeah, no,
yeah,
there was definitely that was going to be an entree into something.
It'll come back to you.
Nah, I probably won't. That's gone, man. That's just gone. You know what it is? I'm sitting here on this fucking walnut between my butt cheeks, and it is. It's not good. Do you know who Comedy Sheman is?
No, I don't. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Well,
yes, you do.
He's tweeted at me saying I blocked him. I think.
You blocked him?
I think so.
You said some really mean stuff to Comedy. We got to talk about Comedy Shaman a little bit later as well. Okay, I have no clue why I brought up Mersh at all. It's unrelated. I guess I wanted to. Oh. Okay, so I've been talking about this guy, Win by 2 Radio, secretly every once in a while in the Pizza Fund, right? Just bringing him up in bits and pieces here and there, and just giving little hints about my thoughts and feelings about him. And I didn't really want to make a big deal of it because this is a guy that should be forgotten. He should be scattered to the ether and dried up and never seen again. Then, unfortunately, what happened today was, I was planning to do this whole bit with you where we cover this guy. And there's this guy called _Mersh. Okay. And underscore Mersh, he's a fan of PODAWFUL and he clips Mersh stuff. And he's got this big channel where he just puts up Mersh's most embarrassing clips. Probably a lot of the strokes are on there. You've probably seen some of them. And
I'm going to take these sunglasses off. Sorry. It's just, I don't know how you do it.
These are not, you know what the secret is? These are not sunglasses. I can see through them perfectly. They're just tinted slightly. But anyway, _Mersh put out a clip today where he stole an entire clip of me talking about Win by 2 from the Pizza Fund and put it on YouTube. And so today when I put up this thing saying, hey, guess what washed up podcaster we're going to talk about? People were guessing correctly. They said Win by 2 Radio. So it kind of it ruined the entire bit. That's actually okay. _Mersh, it's fine. But so Win by 2 Radio, I've covered him a little bit on the show, but not publicly ever. He, you know what he does? He talks, Steel Toe and that whole world, Nick Ricada, that kind of stuff. A little bit.
So, but didn't you have him on like last week or something?
Steel Toe was on, Aaron Imholt, AI, I call him. But
you're on good terms with him?
No. We go on each other's shows, and
that's what I'm saying. Everybody fucking is at it.
I don't hate him. I'm one of Aaron's trolls, and he willingly allows that for some reason. So, he came on. But anyway, this guy, Win by 2, I don't know anything about him. Okay, I've seen him like 5 times ever. And
he looks super cool.
He was looking real cool. He's got a really cool set. And I just want to talk about some of this stuff.
Let's watch it. Like, what does he do? Have you gone through this and made like show notes, or are we going to go in mega blind?
We're going to go in so blind. Here's what I wanted to start with a little bit.
I see he's covering Gino Bisconte. So there's a theme here.
So it's in black and white, but this is his old set, and his old set used to look like Millhip, who has gone into hiding, by the way, because he was exposed as a paranormal type guy, if you know what I mean. He's into children. So he's shut down all of his videos and stuff. He used to rip off that guy. So that's why he used to remind me of somebody. But I thought we could at least take a look at the intro of his show. It's really good.
Yes, please.
All right.
I'm into this. I like an obscure guy like this. I think he looks cool.
Yes. All right. Let's take a look. This is the intro. Again, I think this is called Win by 2 or something. So he's got glitches. That's pretty awesome. You use some glitches, right?
Yeah, but it's I'm making a cyberpunk comic, so it's sort of
right. Well, he's very into cyberpunk as well. Take a look at this.
They're actually podcasts. Kudos to Win by 2 Radio.
Where's John DeCap?
This is his audio, but he chooses for this to be the way you start listening to him. Get nice and comfortable and relax. You're about to hear a nice episode of Win by 2.
Did he ask about me?
Fuck Carl. He's effectively done in this business.
So, okay, now this is where I get confused.
I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to make it seem like this is like a flashback from the past with some echo sound effects, but he went too echoey.
Overdid
it's like
it.
From a basement. It's like recordings from some guy's basement almost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he overshot it for sure. Now here's where I get
effects not really landing.
Here's where I get a little confused. So his channel's called Win by 2 Radio, right? And then he's got this thing here that says Win by 2 Live, but then it's also called In the Paint Podcast, which is written, by the way, in the Cyberpunk 2050, 60, 70, 80 font.
I see.
Isn't that the Cyberpunk font? And then, which, by the way, you can't do this. I like people who don't know graphic design, art, or anything. This looks like shit. This is maybe one of the shittiest fucking like the Cyberpunk. What is the video game called? What is the year on it? I don't play video games.
I don't know. I know the anime.
Cyberpunk 2053. The logo for that is already like really shitty looking. Actually, it's like really bad for a major company's product. And then what people don't realize is they think everything's a font. Okay, this is font chat, by the way. They think everything's a font, and so
I know what you're about to say.
They'll go like, "What's the Shining font?" And in reality, a man painted that with his hand. There is no Shining font.
Sometimes they will use the logo font and they'll do all capital letters, which you should never.
Which you should
never
do. It's so shitty looking, and like. Yeah. I know, like, here's the tough thing about that. You and I know that normal people don't know that, which means effectively it's not shitty looking. Like, do you remember Salt Bay guy? Do you know the guy, the Turkish guy? He has his own restaurant line because he became a meme, so he made $1 billion and he opened up restaurants. The logo for his restaurant is written in the font Bleeding Cowboys. Can you believe that? Do you know that font? Bleeding Cowboys?
I don't know that font. Can you pull that up? I probably know it if I see it.
Hang on. Salt Bay. When you see it, you're going to die.
This is, you know what? I want to talk about this. I think I've brought this up a million times, but I think, because I was looking at your logo just to blow a little bit. You want some smoke up your ass?
Okay, I'll take it.
Your logo, it's really good because I like it when somebody embraces the medium and the message. You know what I'm saying? So you do a online comedy podcast, internet and comedy. Now you combine that by using internet iconography. You got the internet globe, and you got the little pointer finger, like tee-hee on the mouth.
Holy
and
shit.
the little arrows as the little squinty eye. But here's the thing: what makes it good? What makes it a good logo? And I mean this; it's a really, really good logo. You should stick with this one. Is that at first you don't even really notice the amalgamation of icons. On second glance, you do. So it stands on its own. So it's actually a really good logo. Your logo is a really good logo.
That is, everything you just said like made me cum. That's like the greatest thing that anyone's ever, because nobody.
No shit. Like your logo is a really good logo.
Thank you so much. Everybody thinks I'm just ripping off $1 Million Extreme. But I've had the globe.
They used a globe once.
They used a globe once. yes, with a face on it, which I didn't even realize. But
No, I will say this: so that the $1 Million Extreme weird, grungy, internety, photo bashed, purposefully crappy, ironic look. That's become. You'll see guys here in Indonesia walking around with shirts like that now.
Right.
Like that was majorly influential.
Well, that's
a
like
really influential graphic design style.
That was a thing pre them though. There's an entire thing that is that. I could go into all the different names of it and everything, but nobody.
Give me one name because I forget what it's called. What is it?
Well, there's like Y2K aesthetics, and then there's
of course.
There's also like Frutiger Arrow. Like they use a little bit of Frutiger Arrow, like to make you remember the early 2000s stuff, but then also the glitch. There's a lot of shit that goes into it that nobody cares about. And this is the point I was making a second ago about the logo. Is to normal people, they don't know this shit. So effectively, we're wrong. Like, we're going to sit here and say this looks like garbage. But if a normal person doesn't realize that Edible Arrangements logo is the papyrus font and that looks like a silly baby made it, this is a huge company.
No,
then
I disagree with you, though, that we're wrong. We're not wrong.
Well, obviously
no,
also
here's the thing. So here's the thing. So would you agree if you go and sit at a restaurant and they use like a Windows XP clip art or whatever on their menu, that's cheap, right? And the new thing that's going to happen with like AI art, you can see it here too. They use AI art in advertisements, and what happens is it looks at first glance, oh look, it's a Pixar. There's a school that's advertising their program with two cute Pixar characters, which used to be, oh, that's production value, but you can tell it's AI, which immediately gives the opposite effect.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you a guy? Hang on, real quick. Are you a guy as an artist who's fully anti-AI?
No, I'm not. Because here's the thing: it's unavoidable. It's a tool as any other tool. And again, you shouldn't use light switch brain. It's not black or white. There's a nuance here.
We're in 100% agreement. We're exactly aligned on this.
Yeah. So yeah, you need to. But here's the thing that I wanted to bring up. Maybe you can pull this up, and I've talked about this a million times, but I don't know if you've heard my explanation of Gas Digital, that logo. I would like to hear your
with the little A, the big G, little A, big S.
Yes, but here's what happened with that.
The guy, this guy who's...
Can you pull it up? Because I want to talk about it. I think I've talked about this before.
Okay.
Pull it up. So what I explained about your logo, what you did is you sat down first and you were like, what am I designing?
Yes.
I'm designing a logo for comedy, internet. Maybe you even made like a mind map. You got some words. And you're like, okay, I'm going to use these elements to create a logo that represents the idea and the brand, right?
Yeah.
Now, Gas Digital didn't do that because they didn't want to hire a guy. They were cheap. And they did this. And I pull up the logo and I'll tell you exactly the thought process. Now, I don't know the thought. I know the thought process that went into designing this because... Okay, look, I'm going to tell you how this was designed, okay? So listen to me. Listen to me. So you have Louis J. Gomez and his business partner that funds the whole operation, Ralph Sutton, okay?
All right.
So they sat together, and their starting off point wasn't what are we designing here, what's the philosophy, what are we trying to represent? No, they said, my name is Louis J. Gomez, and your name is Ralph Sutton, Gomez and Sutton. And then they were like, hey, that spells a word.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even realize that.
Okay, so listen. That spells a word. Gas. Oh, that's cool. So what can we do? What represents the word gas? Oh, a gas station, I guess. And then they have a gas. They basically have a gas station thing, and with a guy that shoves something in his ear, which is barely recognizable. At a first glance, this just looks like a straight up gas station logo. And then their slogan is fill her up. So they just ended up making a gas station branding. They ended up making gas station branding for a comedy podcast.
I cannot tell you how much I'm having fun right now. I love this shit.
Isn't that awesome? And on top of that, right, because you have these colors right now. Another thing that they did is this. The basic color is color scheme for the branding is blue and yellow, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you know as a comment? Oh fuck. Okay, wait. We have a special guest real quick.
Okay.
Can you go? Can you full?
Yeah.
This is gonna be the thumbnail for this. This is gonna be the thumbnail for the podcast, right? Dude. All right. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
You're gonna have the greatest thumbnail ever. Look at this.
Oh my god. Sven's
You see this? Oh wait, I don't have my headphones.
Sven's paying the cat tax, but the cat's got on Jesse glasses right now. He's got on some.
Can you see this?
Yeah. He's got on the Aussies right there.
Look, yeah. Now, wait. Can you pull this up next to you, and then
all right, hang
and then
on.
you can look.
Wait. Let me hold you while you hold the cat. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Okay.
Yeah, we nailed
it.
We nailed that.
Come on.
Somebody
Look at
screenshot that, somebody. Let's get that in there.
By the way, guys, Bobby's doing better. He was sick, but now he's back in full epic shape here.
Sven's paying the cat tax, which we don't like. I'm so glad we're talking about this because I did want to talk about design stuff.
Babe, come get him.
Just throw it. Just throw it at the woman.
No, I can't.
A cat can survive. Okay, so people should know this about you, because they probably don't realize this. You are the artist for Skankfest, so you're not just talking shit like out of nowhere here on Gas Digital and Louis J. Gomez. You're paid by these people. Have you ever said to Louis?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I have.
And what was his response? Fuck it, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, bro. Listen, man, those guys they don't understand the importance of that. And actually, what you were saying earlier is like, we're wrong because it's not about the majority. Like, they're retarded. No, we're not wrong. We are right for pointing this out. Like, me pointing out, Louis, you can't use AI generated images for your posters. Like, in his mind, he probably goes, oh yeah, he just wants to get paid more or something like that, right? No, I'm trying to help you, idiot. Like,
it'll look bad.
It looks retarded.
In the long run, it's bad. It's forgettable.
Yes, it's embarrassing.
Well, with the Gas one too, here's the thing. It's like, so the Gas logo, for the people who are audio only, the Gas logo.
Oh wait, okay, no, you finish first because there was one more thing about the Gas logo that I wanted to tell you.
The Gas logo, it's GAS, like you were saying, Gas Digital, and then it's a gas pump and a little bathroom sign man sticking the gas nozzle into his ear. By the way, while wearing headphones, how does that work? It really does not make sense. But the thought process on this, Sven, was they went, it's got to look like a podcast though. Headphones. So
yes, and then it does, but that doesn't even. It's not even representative because if you look at this logo, that whole headphone thing and the thing in the ear, that's not even registering in anybody's fucking mind. All you see is a pump and the word gas, and then you hear the phrase "fill her up." So it's literally.
I think you were about to ask me if I understand why blue and yellow together are bad. And
okay.
You typically want complementary colors on the color wheel, I think is what you're getting at.
No, it's even deeper than that.
Oh,
so, for instance, do you know how like the color combination of like yellow and red in McDonald's? You know why they use that specifically?
I might have some idea. It makes you hungry, but yeah.
Yeah, so in McDonald's, specifically back in the day before they rebranded it, it was red and yellow because, yes, it does make you hungry, but the red, bold colors also sort of make you uncomfortable, so you get the fuck out. So it's fast food. You want to eat there, but you don't want to sit there and linger, okay?
This is why I chose yellow and red for the show, actually, is I'm trying to freak people out.
So you want people just to sit around for the first 5 minutes.
If you think it, like when you really start because I'm obsessed with logos, and when you really start thinking about the world around you, almost all of them are yellow and red, and it's like it's a little bit cheating. Really, at this point in life, it's a little bit cheating to make your logo yellow and red because it's just instantly, probably if you sort of know what you're doing, that'll work. To some degree, but there's
the reason it's a good idea to make your logo red is because in a street, in a sea of signs, the red pops out.
Yeah,
right?
it's eye-catching.
But for McDonald's, it's specifically interior design. Now, the combination of yellow and blue, you will see that a lot of times, for instance, for public facilities. So, for instance, in Europe, a lot of the train services or public transportation, maybe in the US too, they have yellow and blue.
Okay.
For instance, the dollar stores often have yellow and blue designs. Why is that? Because it tells you something is cheap. Basically, yellow and blue says cheap.
Okay. All right. I didn't realize
So now,
that one.
maybe that's the tactic there for Gas Digital to make it seems like it's cheap, but I don't think if you want to have like a cool, edgy podcasting network, you probably shouldn't be going with that color scheme necessarily.
Now, one thing I have always thought about the Gas Digital logo is, like, if you just explained this logo to me, you said it's a guy putting a gas pump in his head, I would go, oh, that's like so cringe. Like, it's just kind of a gay idea. But when I really think about it, it's actually it's pretty good. It's actually kind of good. It's just executed extremely poorly in this scenario. I kind of like the idea of, you know, if I was to explain to somebody, yeah, my show is about making fun of the internet, so my logo is a smiley face that uses the hand that's a cursor while he's got the two cursor eyes. That sounds gay on paper. There is something to it's a podcast network filler. I mean, obviously you're right that it's a gas station at this point, but the idea that he's sticking it directly in his ear and putting it in, I don't hate that idea. I really don't.
No, but it's not. That's not their idea. Their idea was the starting point was pure hubris and egotism. It's like, oh, my name is Gomez, your name is Sutton. Gomez and Sutton. That's the beginning of it.
You're right.
And then they had to shoehorn in. They had to make something out of it. Okay. Now, if you want to, if it's a comedy podcast, it should have been like a gas chamber with like a guy dying with a Zyklon B falling down or something. That would have been funny.
Right. Steven Spielberg's favorite form of humor. By the way, what I was really thinking about when I designed the PODAWFUL logo was this right here. The Legion of Skanks, little smiley.
Yeah, well, I know all about that one too.
Oh, tell me. I would love to hear.
Well, I don't know exactly the design process behind that, but what it is this. Oh God. So you have Big Jokerson, the manicured, the eternally 15-year-old edgy, static X Papa Roach type of guy who desperately needs a fucking makeover. Okay, he needs. But I sent this to Luis J. Gomez too. Okay, I sent Luis J. Gomez. Listen, can you guys please do an episode where you just hire a professional makeover artist and give Big J a makeover? You can't have a 50-year-old Jew with a blue streak in his hair.
What's wrong?
Big Jokerson, quickly pull him up and show him.
Okay, what's wrong with a pair of shorts that are made completely out of wallet chains?
Look, this is retarded. It's no longer acceptable.
Let me see if I can I'm trying to find like a full body
There's
shot.
Picture of him specifically where he is like in between his girlfriend and another woman, and he's holding him, and it's sort of, his pants are so baggy that it looks like he has no legs. Yeah, well, okay, sure. This is him right now. This is what he looks like right now. So look, this is a 55-year-old Jewish man who, by the way, is in denial about being Jewish. He always says, "Yeah, as a white guy." As he proceeds to talk about fucking porn and the most degenerate shit every time. Now, you do a morning show, do you really need to talk about fucking the porn you watched yesterday? You know what I'm saying? It's all this guy does is talk about fucking pornos. But
listen,
one of the things
that likes to jack off in his own private, time. And
here's the thing. Here's one of the things he did because I used to listen to the Bonfire Radio with him and Dan Soder before Dan Soder left.
Hang on one second. All right, now talk.
You hear me?
Okay, I think I my bad, guys. I just got a message from somebody. Apparently, in this shot that I have you up on right now, it was causing an audio issue. I didn't realize. Right. I think I've fixed it.
You can hear me now? Nobody cares. Can we move on for that?
Okay, well, if it sounds like shit, we don't want it to sound like shit.
Guys, can you hear me? Press one of the chat if you can hear me.
Okay, so maybe hey, how about instantly upon receiving a message, Jesse fixed it? Instantly.
Oh, you did it.
I knew
Good
exactly what the problem was instantly. So
you did it. Great job. I'm proud of you, Bestie.
Okay, well.
So here's the thing that I want to talk about on the show, Bonfire. Have you ever listened to that?
A little bit, very, very rarely.
So just to illustrate the pure degeneracy of Jewish big Jew Okerson, what he did is this: he came up with with a radio bit. Now you tell me if you think this makes any sense. Okay.
Okay.
He says, "Yeah, listeners, how about this for a fun radio bit? You guys send videos of you having sex with your partner." But in the background, you have a movie playing, and we have to guess what movie it is. You think that's a good bit?
I mean,
or does that sound like a
listen.
cheap ploy to have his fans send him naughty videos?
Is he jacking off to it 100%? Listen, everything that these guys do is exactly, they're just trying to create J.O. material for themselves. But at the same time, this is a brand of earthling. Like, there's an entire streak of guy that is permanently Nu Metal Man 2003.
But it's not okay.
Well, I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm saying they found their niche. They're making content.
Right.
They're making content specifically for these guys, and you've made money off of these retards that go to Skankfest. These absolute idiots that love this. Shit.
Listen. I went to Skankfest one time. It was actually pretty fun. You know what I'm saying? But
right, yeah. Well,
so I'm not necessarily saying everybody's retarded.
You probably listen to Limp Bizkit every once in a while. You know.
Listen to what?
Limp Bizkit every once in a while.
I listen to Limp Bizkit all the time. Limp Bizkit rules.
Okay, yeah,
man.
You're
Summer.
basically the same thing as Big J. Okerson.
No.
I bet
no,
you've got.
because I don't make the music that I listen to my entire outward persona. I don't think that has to happen. A lot of people do that, but I don't think that is necessarily a thing that you need to do. But here's what I was about to say in regards to that logo. So one of the things that the Big J prides himself with is that he goes like, "Yeah, I used to be really good at drawing. I used to be an illustrator. If I hadn't gone into comedy, I would have been an illustrator." I think Joe Rogan even did the same thing too. So yeah, he drew that up, that little logo, and that's a little drawing of his. That skanks that thing. He drew that.
All right, let me show you. Remember I mentioned the Salt Bay Guys restaurant? Look at this. Bleeding Cowboys is the font. Look, they made it into a physical human sign. Look at this.
Oh, that one. Yeah. But
by the way, you know
they
who?
did add the swirls, right?
No, that's part of Bleeding. That's how I know it's Bleeding Cowboys instantly. That is built in, baked into the font. By the way, you know who loves Bleeding Cowboys as a font? The Earth's Big J Okersons. Big J Okerson's probably got a tattoo with this font. He would get this restaurant's logo tattooed to his human body. I guarantee you that. It is, if you've ever seen Bleeding Cowboys anywhere, run. We've gone completely off topic here.
But so wait, so if they would have typed another T, it would have also had that little.
Yes, yes. Oh. And not only that, it's not even one of those like open type fonts that has alternates. It always has those swooshes.
Oh.
Now, this is what people don't understand. We're talking about the cyberpunk font. We're talking about the In the Paint podcast, right? So
yeah,
these things
maybe we should pull up the cyberpunk font too, just for good measure.
Okay.
I mean, who gives a fuck? I would be willing to talk about fucking font design for 4 hours.
All right, here we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Font Chat. We're doing it. This is what the people want.
Come on, why the fuck not?
I don't know the name of that game. Cyberpunk 20-something. 2077 logo. Okay, all right, now look at this. All right, this is what the guy is ripping off when he's doing this. All right, take a look at this. So people don't realize that this, see how it's the same?
Yeah.
It's the exact same.
I know
it's the exact same because I did a parody of the cyberpunk thing for something. I don't even remember what. And I'm aware when I look at this is not a font. But what happens is people will go, I want to do the Shining font. And then they go, what's the Shining font? And it's not a font. So some other guy goes, I'm going to turn it into a font. And so then to the best of his ability, he creates new letter forms
Yes. So
from what
people need
he's
to
seen.
understand this. So if you look at this cyberpunk font here, this was deliberately made specifically for this game by a guy who designed this basically as a logo. It's not a font. It's not the entire alphabet that he created.
This was
he
never
basically sat there.
meant to work in a different combination. I mean, look at you got the tiny capital N next to a lowercase u. It's designed for them to interlock in this situation and this situation only.
People used to do that too with the Naruto logo. Do you remember that? Like in the 2000s, everybody's username at like capital letter Naruto font.
So
which is another. It's calligraphy. If you have a calligraphy style font, it can never work as a logo. It can never work as a font.
Sven, look at this. It's a little hard to see, but look at the word podcast under paint. Look how shit that looks. Really... Isn't that so stupid looking? Holy fuck. And he's been using this now for like 3 years or more. And he said he wears a hoodie. He wears a hoodie on his show with that on it. And he's like, yep. And I don't know if he's selling them or not, but I actually saw somebody in his comments today say, bro, do you sell those hoodies? Those look awesome. We are the minority. You and I might be the only people looking at this and thinking there's an issue. But when I look at this, I'm like,
I'm willing to bet if we press play on that video, it's going to get worse from here. I think we've dug into his font design.
Well, real quick. Hang on. Real quick. When a guy makes this font, all these letters that aren't in the logo, he just invented off the top of his head. And anyone can technically do this, but making a font is one of the absolute hardest design things there is. Because almost every other thing is a feeling, and a font is not a feeling alone. It's a little bit, but it is legibility. It is sizing. What size, what application is this font meant to be used as? This is not meant to be a font. So
you're basically making 26 little logos
or more
that all need to work in tandem with one another.
And they don't.
In any combination.
And they just straight up don't. So when you see, and this is why, when I said before, you and I are wrong about this, I, of course, don't actually think that. The reason I say that is the people watching this, they're going, in their heads, they're rolling their eyes. They're going, fuck this. We want you to make fun of the man. Please start talking about the guy. And I want to give you guys the tool. We have here a guest who is versed in this kind of stuff. It's somebody I can play off of for once that knows what I'm talking about when I say this shit. So we're giving you these tools. And now, from now on, you can do this. You can go, oh, here's a guy I can write off totally as a human being. Because this is a guy, this dude is one of these guys who sits in front of a microphone and tells you how it is and tells you why everyone else is stupid. And I know that looks real rich coming from me in front of this microphone and Sven in front of that microphone. But this is the one area of expertise where he and I maybe know something about this. When you see a guy and in his mind, he's like, yeah, you know what? Call it a day. In the Paint podcast, just a random video. Oh, what's that? I'm just going to use cyberpunk aesthetics for no reason. It's attached to nothing. We recently had a show, Sven, where I was talking about vaporwave and cyberpunk, like all these right-wing type of guys are using those aesthetics.
Well, yes. This is a common theme where people are still using like the retro 80s grid.
The grid! We talked about the grid!
But I think this, like when it comes to vaporwave, at least look, when you talk about cyberpunk right now, what you're talking about is specifically when this game came up, people started emulating that vibe. Of course, that is different from the genre of cyberpunk, obviously, right? Because there's many. They're not emulating like Blade Runner, which they used to do too. By the way,
of course, that was the one. That was the one.
That was the one. But when vaporwave, that one is so played out that I even think that crossed over into normie sphere, as in, okay, we can no longer use the Venetian statue head,
right?
And then the palm or the fern, like the fern and the statue head and the grid. You can't.
But
they're still Mersh still uses
Mersh,
this, right?
and this is why we talk about this. This is why we're talking about this the other week. Flecka's Talks and Revenge of the Sis have the exact same vaporwave grid aesthetics for no reason. It was played out when they started using them. This dude is now, he's even further late to the game. You're saying everybody was doing Cyberpunk when this is way after Cyberpunk came out. And and I want to be clear, and this is something people should understand. This isn't like elitism by any means. If you have a reason to do Cyberpunk, then Cyberpunk is cool. Sven made a Cyberpunk comic. We're not saying it's bad. Look at me. Look where I'm sitting right now. I'm not saying you can't do this. I'm saying you can't do this.
Yeah, but wait a second. I want to clarify though. I'm not with my comic book. If you pull up my covers, I'm not emulating a specific cyberpunk aesthetic or anything. This comic book falls under the genre of cyberpunk because it takes place in a dystopian future and it's like a satirical
dark
story
future
about where a future could end up. So, but my graphic design when it comes to these books has nothing to do with any sort of pre-existing properties at all. You know
and complete aside from that, real quick, Comedy Shaman is in chat. And I just want to say Comedy Shaman tried to buddy up with you on Twitter recently, and you asked him to leave you alone, and you called him like a junkie, or you were very, very mean to him. And and we applaud that. We loved that. We loved it.
All right.
It was.
Well, I would hope you can respect my decision to not interact at all with any schizophrenic type of dirty junkie type of guys.
I believe that's actually what you called him, was a dirty schizoid. So, Comedy Shaman, Sven is my best friend. I am going to respectfully. You're welcome in the PodAWFUL chat anytime. But tonight,
not in the Sven chat.
Not
in the
welcome
Sven, there.
Not in the Sven chat, and not here tonight.
Liz, ban him.
No, don't ban him, guys. Do not ban Comedy Shaman.
From my chat.
We're just going to ask him politely to respect Sven's wishes, to not be bothered by a junkie, a disgusting freak. And I like you, Comedy Shaman, still, even though you threaten to murder me and my family all the time. We're going to respect your wishes here, Sven, and we're going to ask him, please, to leave the chat.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that, bestie.
So let's
get out of here.
So glitching, cyberpunk, all this stuff is so overused, and it's not that it can't be done. I use it. It's that there's an amount and there is a time.
Again, it's not black and white thinking. If you know what you're doing, you can find the nuance in your design aspects. Okay, glitching is not a bad thing. By the way, so look, we're nerding out about designs, right? Can I blow your mind with some design philosophy when it comes to glitches?
Yeah, let's hear it.
And I've talked about this in the past too, but fundamentally, what people tend to do is this. Okay, so you have a medium, right? So when you are designing your logo, you embraced your medium and you made it part of your messaging. Your medium is the internet. You use the iconography of that, and you create a great logo. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, when people let's just take the example of like a VHS. Okay, VHS at this point is an outdated medium.
Yeah.
But people emulate its looks, right? The chromatic aberrations, the little distortions and stuff like that. Now, there's actually research done into this and design philosophy. And there's a through line here. And you even see it in video games, like indie video games. They're emulating nowadays, even like the PlayStation 1. It used to be like pixel. A lot of indie video games were like pixelated games. And now you're starting to see people making they're emulating the look and feel of like old PlayStation 1 games, even with like the glitchy vertex errors and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Of course, yes.
So what tends to happen is this. People grow up with a certain medium, whether it's VHS or PlayStation or whatever, or pixel graphics, which are mediums that are limited by the technology at the time, okay? And then when we move on from a previous medium, people are nostalgic specifically towards the medium's flaws, which is odd if you think about it. And it's actually the flaws of a medium that you're not taking what I'm saying seriously.
I'm 100%. I agree with everything you're saying. I'm 100%
when you're pointing this is like disrespectful. Get rid of this guy.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
That's disgusting.
But this is what Comedy Shaman used to look like. And then this is
trying to talk about genuine design philosophy.
Now he's got tubes for teeth. Comedy Shaman.
All right, get rid of that. That's disgusting.
Right, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Did you hear a word about what I just said?
Yeah, so I agree with you. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, actually, exactly what you're saying. The fact that the thing that people, one, I think nostalgia is a mental illness, period. I think that nostalgia in general is bad. It's a sickness. But two, the fact that people are nostalgic.
It's a sign of arrested development and a refusal to move on and grow up. But
exactly. Yeah. And so I think that when people zero in on the thing that they're nostalgic for, or at least in their mind, what they think the thing they're nostalgic for are the limitations of a thing from its time.
That's what they seem to emulate.
There's a place in the world for that. There's a place in the world for, doing that sort of thing. And I think there's a lot of cool stuff that's made like that. But
yes,
when that is your end goal to do it is usually when you're fucking up.
Yes. But so I think the interesting part of this is if you look psychologically at that, it sort of seems like what gives an era its defining aesthetic is its flaws and limitations, which is very interesting. That is a very interesting thing to keep in mind when you design something. You know what I'm saying?
I think
in your intro, you emulate the Mode 7 graphics of the Earthworm Jim font, which I think is really cool looking. Right?
You like
that's emulating.
I know you're super. I was going to ask you this anyway. I know you're super influenced by John Kricfalusi. Are you
and Doug TenNapel?
Doug TenNapel guy too? That's exactly what I was going to ask.
I worked with Doug TenNapel. I made a cartoon pilot with him.
I didn't know that. You're my best friend. I didn't even know that. That's incredible. I know he's like in this kind of sphere where there's a possibility. I had no idea that you had done that. I'm super influenced by. I mean, I've been sitting here playing fucking Ren and Stimpy sound effects over top of you this entire time, but that's
my favorite. The air horn or the boat horn,
the fog horn. Yeah, here's a little
fog horn.
Here's a little. How about this? Remember that one?
Yeah, that's when they're beaming into your TV set.
Unless I have control of your TV set, are you receiving me?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. So nobody knows what I'm doing, but here's something I wanted to ask you anyway. John K is what I call a vanguard. All right. I think about the shit you're talking about right now. I think about literally all the time. And I was thinking about how John K is probably the best example of this ever. I've talked about this on the show recently. You're talking about how when they're getting nostalgic about a thing, isn't it interesting the thing they get nostalgic for, the limitations of something? Well,
look, if you're going where I think you're going, our friendship is going to level up. Okay, let's see.
All right. Isn't it interesting that what makes great art, it seems to be what makes great art are the limitations, the censorship, the fighting something. Isn't it fascinating? Because nobody has proven that. There's so many examples. But
you went exactly where I thought you were going to go. And we're going to nerd out about this because I know exactly what you're talking about. When John Kricfalusi was let loose of his limitations, he made the adult party cartoon for what was that TV network? Spike TV.
Spike TV.
And all of a sudden, Ren and Stimpy, they got to suck on titties. They got to butt fuck.
Yeah, they were having gays. They became gay, and he acted like they
were
always
ambiguity
gay.
And stuff was wrong. The filling in the blanks was gone, and it became not funny.
Now, hang on a second. So I'm a huge Ren and Stimpy fan, and to the point. And since the day it came out, I still remember the first episode when it aired. Watching it live, we used to call in my household when Ren and Stimpy came on Saturday morning. We called it Stroud Family Fun Time. We sat there watching it. My dad loves the show. All right. It's a huge influence on me. Obviously, it's a huge influence on you. And okay. So John K does this thing where, again, I call these guys vanguards. There are certain people on Earth where maybe they just get to the idea first. Maybe it was always going to happen, and it's just somebody who happens to get there first. But he is a guy who changed everything. There is nothing not touched by John K. And I'm not talking about children after John K. became
allegedly.
Well, and we'll talk about that too, actually. Like, I think David Letterman, who's another huge influence on me, is another one of those guys. David Letterman did his original talk show. Every single thing, even in the vague realm around that, was inspired by it, even if it was indirectly, whether they're aware of it or not. It's impossible.
Sure, but let's focus on John K. because I'm not familiar.
Okay. So or Seinfeld, right? So for sitcoms. So John K. I'm trying to bring everybody in. We know John K. Most people don't know what the fuck they don't know construction and stuff. You know, they're not going to know what we're talking about here in 2 seconds. So I'm just trying to get everybody on the same page. Not everybody's taking the cartooning courses.
By construction. I love that. You read the blogs?
I was going to be a cartoonist before I did this.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, 100% I was reading that shit. All right, so with John K., his thing was he did Ren and Stimpy, and Ren and Stimpy was great, and Ren and Stimpy was a vanguard, and Ren and Stimpy changed the industry, and then it kind of went back overnight because he fucked it up.
That's what I was going to say. They changed it back.
Yeah, he fucked it up for everybody. He fixed it for everyone and then fucked it up for everyone within about a 2-year span.
Well, but even something like okay, I'm going to let you finish first.
But the point I'm making here is, so it changes everything. Like all the big cartoons after it are inspired by it. You ever seen a big droopy finger? You know what I'm talking about. And he
hates that.
I know.
He hates that.
The one fingernail on a glove, any of that. So he says he hates it. I don't believe that either. But anyway, so John K., we liked Ren and Stimpy because Ren and Stimpy was like fun and it was different and it was gross out and it was the 90s. So it was the perfect time for that. Like gross out was becoming a thing. And it did all these new and innovative things. But really, in reality, a lot of it was actually hearkening back to actually very old stuff. And
it was straight up parody and satire of classic cartoons.
Right. That was
lost. Went over our heads.
That was lost on just about everybody, but that's where,
But it worked on its own, which is what great satire and parody should do.
Exactly.
It needs to work in and of itself.
Exactly. So then he does adult party cartoon. And an adult party cartoon, Ren and Stimpy are literal gay guys who fuck each other in the butt. Like Stimpy's a bottom, Ren is a top. And while on paper that sounds like, oh, that could be very funny, then you watch it and you're like, oh, God. And it's almost, I feel like it's similar to like when Star Wars nerds are like, George Lucas raped my childhood. Like there's a certain innocence lost there and a certain like, oh, fuck, maybe it almost ruins the original. It's like this close. It's like,
not for me.
I'm with you, but it's like, it's delicate. It's a delicate balancing. And I'm not one of these guys, too, who's like hates the show after John left. I like all of the original run of Ren and Stimpy. Bob Camp, all that. I like it all. But he then says, like, no, they were gay guys all along. These guys were always gay. The subtext was they were butt fucking each other. And then you're like, I don't think that's true. I think you wanted to make them gay guys because you got fucked by a children's cartoon network.
No, I disagree with that.
Okay.
Look here. So, okay, what happened is this. Okay, so he's getting strung along by executives. He hates the writer's room. So he creates a new system, a new cartoon creating system, where they cut out the writer's room and the top-down HR department executive top-down control. And the cartoonist on the floor is the one in charge again. The cartoonist, the animator, is intimately involved with what these characters need to be portraying. And that is what creates this flourishing new era of cartooning briefly, which emulates what was happening in the 1920s with the early Bob Clampett style cartoons in the Looney Tunes era and stuff like that, right? This is when you also didn't have writers' rooms, just a couple of fucking guys in suits smoking cigarettes, making cartoons. So he brought that back in the 80s or late 90s, which came off of what's the fucking guy again? The Mighty Mouse.
Ralph Bakshi.
Ralph Bakshi off of that guy, which was also sort of an edgy guy. Now then, there's certain examples even where he tried to be completely surrealist and wacky, like in Stimpy's invention. Stimpy is soldering like a machine, and he pulls in a
beaver.
What is it?
A beaver.
A beaver as a drill, like tack, 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 tack. And then he pulls in a duck, and the duck goes whack, whack, whack. Now, the writer's room told him the duck doesn't make any sense. It needs to be a woodpecker because then it makes sense. Right. And he's like, no, the point is this needs to be surreal nonsense. So that's why, yes, we set up first there's an animal, which sort of make even the fucking beaver is nonsense. A beaver soldering a fucking, it's supposed to be nonsensical. And then he pulls in a duck. Now, whether you think this is funny or not is besides the point, okay? The
it's very funny on the cartoon.
Okay, but the executives wanted him to make it into a woodpecker. Now, what he did is this. In the storyboards, he just quickly made the beak of the duck pointy just to have it be signed off by the execs. And then he just, when they sent it to Korea or whatever, they just made it into a duck, okay? Because then it would be too late to change it.
Right.
But those are the battles he was having. Now, then you have the whole interrelation between Ren and Stimpy. And I've explained this on one of my streams too. The stories sort of write themselves. So you have Stimpy is this sack, it's this pillow, this doofus retard pillow, basically, who is so fat he doesn't feel anything, and he only has one nerve ending in the middle of his body. And he's just happy all the time, but it's more like a gleeful, ignorant, retarded happy.
Yeah.
And then you have Ren, who's this angry little jittery chihuahua. He's always fucking mad. And then he lets out his he basically loves his anger secretly.
And these are gay fucking queers who like fucking each other up.
No.
Oh, okay.
That's what the media did. Okay, so the media was like, "Are they gay?" This is the '90s. Okay, people always think, "Oh, it was so great in the '90s." That's where shit started to really go downhill when it comes. Yeah. That's where all the first gay kisses were already happening.
They did it to Bert and Ernie
fucking
too.
In Roseanne, they were butt fucking in Will Smith, Fresh Prince. Everybody was already butt fucking. Okay, so in the media and the Vogue magazines, they were going, "Are they a gay couple?" So then, when eventually he got the chance to go off the chains to make this for Spike TV or whatever it was. He basically kind of was led into that by the culture at the time to make them gay, sort of. Because it was like, this is Ren and Stimpy, adult party cartoon. And since that narrative was already spun, where they might be gay, he kind of leaned into that way further, okay? Now, was it funny? No, it became gross and disgusting. Now, that's not the only aspect of that cartoon that was so fucking disgusting. Like Ren and Stimpy are washing tits and sucking on titties, and they're coming and shitting and pissing. It's like too far, okay? That stuff used to be
that's
implied.
That's the stuff that young red-blooded Americans want to see, Sven.
Yeah. It turns out not so much. The funny part was riding it all to the edge, and then you could fill in the blanks, and that made it so much more uneasy and weird and creepy and exciting.
I always
when you just fill in the blanks, it's dirty and gross.
You know what's interesting? Nobody's ever pointed this out, at least that I've seen, is like that main art you always see for Ren and Stimpy adult party cartoon, that line art one with the like offset colors. It's like blue.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Like the little glass.
It's got the little martini glass, and it's got like a cigarette or a cigar or so. It's like, in order to tell you that it's for adults, they've got booze and tobacco. It's like, that should have been the clue. The clue was that like this is not good. This is never going to be good. And the
animation was really good. Still, the animation was probably peak.
Before he started using Flash for everything. Well, you know, Boo Boo runs wild.
Okay, listen. Here's the thing. We should do this. I need to take a really quick piss break.
Okay.
We should watch, and I know you're aware of this, when John Kay jumped a shark and he did that Simpsons intro animation.
I do know what you're talking about. We can watch that.
Watch that because that's the worst thing.
We can watch it. And guys, when Sven's done peeing and when we're done talking about cartoons from when we were babies, we're going to watch Win by 2, the thing you really came here for.
Dude, everybody's loving this fucking in the chat.
I'm pretty sure the chat is just arguing with Comedy Shaman, but I don't care. This is what I wanted you on the show for. So go take your pee-pee.
Going, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Go take your pee-pee. We'll be right back after this.
All right.
Can you say PODAWFUL is the best show on the internet?
Very Careful Live is the best show on the internet.
How about this? Snap 2, sit up straight, and say, hey, I'm Perry Caravello, and I think PODAWFUL is the best show on the internet.
Look, all right, I'll be nice and I'll say I think PODAWFUL is the best show on the internet. But I really think my show's the best show on the internet. But when I snap out of this bunk, is when my show's the best show on the internet.
Nah, not tonight. Far from the best show tonight.
Not tonight. Exactly. Tonight, no good.
Is this a cult if I ever heard one? Yes, it is. It's a cult. I mean, it's the cult of cults.
Look at that. I animated that thing you just saw there. Okay, Sven still, I guess he's taking one of his classic, what is it, Hungarian shits, Indonesian, something like that. We should just point this out real quick because the chat room is completely taken over right now because a guy that we've been covering for a while, a guy called Comedy Sheman, who, again, he used to look like this, like a nice, gentle young man, and now he looks like this, a disgusting freakazoid. He thinks that he found something where
one second, I can't hear you.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just keeping him busy here for a second. I was just gonna say Comedy Shaman.
Jerry, let's run a quick Butch promo. What do you think of that?
All right,
How about you tell me genuinely?
Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence here, and then we'll come back to that.
I didn't hear you. Listen,
I'm letting you take your pee and your doob. And I
don't doob.
Okay. Well, anyway, all I'm saying is real quick, just to address, there's an elephant in the room. Okay. There's a methylphant in the room. And Comedy Shaman seems to believe that he has found a pedophile in my Discord or my Facebook cult or something. I don't know what he's saying here. My Discord. And I just want to be clear. He thinks he's going to come back. He's never doing a show again, by the way. His show is dead. We killed it. It's over. I hope to God he comes back, but he's lying, saying he's going to move out of his parents' double-wide trailer that's underneath a carport and get better internet, and he's going to do a show. And originally it was supposed to start at the beginning of this month. Now it's next month. Pretty soon it's going to be next year. He's never coming back, but he's planning this show where he comes back and does this theater kid style thing where he dresses up like me. He dresses up like Ethan Ralph. I've seen his whole, I've seen everything that he has planned for the show, by the way. I know
dude, this is below my pay grade. I just really don't think fuck this guy is just so disgusting.
Listen, we love making fun of him. He's really fun to make fun of. I totally get your feeling on this, Sven, but he's a lot of fun to make fun of. The point in all this is he thinks he found a pedophile in amongst my ranks, and he thinks he's going to like reveal this on his show, and this is going to say something, or he's going to play some old stuff. He's going to play some old clip of me saying I'm going to fuck a kid or whatever. It's like a joke on my show, and that millions have tried, all have failed. Let me be very clear: the pedophile he found, okay, in my Discord, is Feds, the transgender person that he got catfished by. And we've already made fun of her a million times on the show because the way she was a pedophile is she was a 15-year-old prostitute who would trick men into, fucking her. and then say
that's how the cycle goes, right?
Yeah.
It takes one to know one. One pedophile breeds the next. One gay guy breeds the next pedo.
So that's how Comedy Shaman became a gay guy. Is a child pedophile trans person turned him into one. Okay, so that's going to be the big reveal on his show. There you go, balloon deflated. Now let's get back to this.
Yeah.
I'm much more interested.
Yeah, go find a priest or something, shaman. Please leave us alone. Leave me alone.
Thank you. Yeah,
it's schizoid, disgusting. Ugh, so worm person.
Exactly.
Bug person.
Exactly.
Anyways, yeah, what we're talking. I want you to check out. What do you think of Butch Killigan? Just give me your genuine impression. We were being genuine before.
So
what
here,
do you think?
This is my absolute first impression upon just seeing the art for the first time.
Because I did send you a copy, which you let that expire.
You sent me a free copy, and all right, let's talk about this actually for a second. Sven hosted PODAWFUL one time. Sven Stoffels is happy to be here. And this was in a run of shows.
The most successful one.
Ethan Ralph hosted. It was terrible. Now Ethan Ralph hates me. Salvo hosted. It was terrible. Salvo and I are still friends. Sven hosted. It was great. Everybody loved it. Sven was the one that everybody said they enjoyed. Nobody liked any of the other ones. Minnie Manson hosted. And then in reality, I hosted it. And then I lost my YouTube channel. And I lost my YouTube channel because Sven hosted the show. And Sven, because
ain't that a bitch?
Some little loser decided to report my show just because Sven was on it. I don't know why, for some reason. And you sent me the link to read Butch Killigan for free the first time right before that happened. Now, I was having people guest host my show because I was very, very, very busy with a lot of things IRL, okay? A lot of new happenings in the moon base and so on and so forth. And so when you sent it to me, it was like the worst possible timing. I literally had no time to read it. And the reason I didn't read it is I didn't want to just sit there and be like, yeah, I read it. And then tell you like, oh, it's good. I wanted to actually sit down and enjoy it. So I have not actually read it. However, let me say this. I've known Sven for 10 years, probably, maybe more. And I've seen all of his little animations and drawings and lots of stuff he's done over the years. And I will say this, my first initial reaction to seeing Butch Killigan is, this doesn't even look like Sven's art to me. This looks like not in a bad way, by the way. This looks like a grown up, like an evolution in the art style, because we were just talking about John Kay. I've always thought of you as like in that school of art, in that school of it looks like John Kay kind of style. You learned it off of him. Your stuff doesn't look like that anymore. It looks like its own thing now, which means that's like the best thing you can hope for as an artist is getting to that point where it's not derivative anymore of anything, of any of the influences. So pretty good.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And if you look here, hang on a second. If you look here, we've got I do have your Kickstarter up. Now, here's the thing. Your Kickstarter, people should pledge to this. I'm not going to say don't pledge to this by any means, but it looks like you already beat the goal by like a bunch.
Yes, that's the thing. Look, so again here, as I explained earlier, I'm not doing a Kickstarter where you make my dream of maybe making a comic happen like everybody else does. No, it's basically that you're pre-ordering your copy. The book is done. Just like last one, I showed you the physical copies here. First campaign, you pre-order your book. Then we go into fulfillment, all that stuff. A couple of months later,
yeah. This Kickstarter, he got all the money on this Kickstarter, and then he bought like one of these Canon laser printers, and he's printing these things off in the middle of diarrhea, by the way. He's hand printing.
Actually, I have a great fulfillment publisher company that I work with. It's called Iconic Comics. They've never missed a deadline. They're amazing, and they're high quality. Everybody loves it.
And they're also publishing Vito's comic book, right? Vito, the pedophile guy?
They're not. So yeah, so Vito is one of those guys I hear. Again, he did one of those Kickstarter, so it's like, hey, listen, I'm planning to do this comedy or this comic book. This is my idea. And then you can buy into his idea, and then you can hope whether or not then they need to get started. They need to start making whatever they promised, right? That's not what my campaign is. My campaign is you pre-order your book.
I've always made fun of these Kickstarters.
This is basically how it works. I'll explain how it works. Everybody orders their book. Then it takes Kickstarter like a month to process everything. Then after that, the funds get made available. Then that goes into printing. And then after that, we print all the books. They go to Texas, to the warehouse. Everything gets packaged. And then everybody gets sent a little box with goodies and the book.
Look at this. Here's some of the art. How good does this look? What would you say? What did inspire this, though?
Yeah, read that page. Read this page. Read this page.
Just this one right here?
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
It says, just a little glimpse.
It says, hey, what are you looking at? My eyes are up here, pal. Never seen a woman breastfeed before? Yeah, keep walking, you freak. Oh, yeah, keep walking, you freak.
Yes, exactly. You got it.
That's pretty good.
So this is Butch. He wakes up from a coma in his second book, and he wakes up in this dystopian, crazy hellhole future in an ultra city that's covered by an ad-ridden dome that has like 24/7 ads running. And yeah, he has to make his way through this. That's a Chinese human mosquito hybrid.
I can tell. This is very reminiscent of your coronavirus animation.
Yeah, that's sort of a little homage.
If you've
when
ever
got canceled by the Chinese Communist Party.
If you've ever seen that funny, short cartoon of the coronavirus girl who's like making out with a pangolin and eating bats and shit, or you've ever seen the Ethan Klein shooting kids cartoon, that's Sven. That's this guy right here. Exactly. I did a whole episode about Hila years and years ago. And you put out that cartoon the day before. I played it on the show.
Actually, a day before I did my previous campaign, like 6 months ago, or no, that's a year ago at this point. Ethan Klein announced that he was going to quit Twitter because of that cartoon. I have a whole video about it. I should have sent you that. Maybe I can send it to you right now.
You could.
And he's quit Twitter ever since. I'm the guy who made Ethan Klein quit Twitter.
Wow.
I got it right here. Maybe this can send. Yeah, look. Pull this up. Pull this video up. It's on Discord. Show this.
All right. Let me, Jesus Christ.
And by the way, I didn't even know he was still off. I thought this was just a bluff. But yes, he's still gone from Twitter. I made H3H3 quit Twitter as evidenced by this video. Hopefully you can pull it up.
Yep.
And, when you say, anyway, that's whatever. That's a whole different conversation. But he was
really upset.
There was one tweet I saw, and this isn't the first time I saw it, but I saw someone post it and it was getting lots of likes.
He is shaking, right? I know he's not doing well. He's always, the Ethan Klein eyebrowmeter is always going insane.
He's especially distraught by this one.
He's spastic.
And the beautiful irony of this is, so it's a cartoon somebody created who put a lot of fucking effort into making a cartoon of Hila in an IDF uniform with a automatic weapon. And, she's got like that kind of Nazi Jewish.
You've seen the clip, right, of her admitting to war crimes? You've seen that, right?
Yeah, and by the way, ever since people have gone over her patches and stuff, she always claims she had like some administrative function. Turns out not really true. She has seen action probably. She shot a couple of little kids' cocks off probably.
100% she blew off a Palestinian kid's head like it was nothing. Like it was rock'em sock'em robots. See, I did the episode I did. The episode I did where I showed your cartoon when it came out, like I covered the clip of her talking about it. She says she was a secretary, but they snuck her into what she referred to as a terrorist city. Just to be clear, that terrorist city was Ramallah. Ramallah is is like the biggest city in the West Bank. It's like, that's like saying I snuck into the terrorist city of Detroit. Like it's not great, but there's people living there. Yeah. They're just normal people. Like it's not a.
Well, they'll call little kids that throw a little rock in defiance a terrorist, and they'll neutralize them.
Yeah.
Propaganda face, and she's just killing kids.
Propaganda face. Is that what they're calling it now?
Yeah, I know we've gone over this a million times. He calls this a Nazi propaganda face. It's literally just a caricature of exactly what she looks like.
Just looks like her.
She's just mowing down.
There's barely an exaggeration going on here. Come on.
And what's fun?
You didn't even make her hunched over or anything.
No, I didn't exaggerate her much. It's just her, basically.
What's kind of, I don't know. It's definitely not funny. I don't know what it is. You guys tell me. I know that shit was made by Nazis, like literal Nazis, and the people who I saw who were tweeting at this time.
Yeah, what does he think? A team of people worked on this or something? Like it was just.
Yeah, it's like look, the thing that's so startling to him is the sheer quality of it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not just a little meme. So that's what's so whoa to him. You know what I'm saying? But what's funny is this, and I want to talk about this a little bit after he says what he says next.
Were leftists. So I saw Nazis and leftists clapping hands together to say, you know, fuck Israel. We agree on that. Let's clap it up, brother.
This is a Showa. You basically created a cartoon Holocaust for just one guy and his wife.
Well, here's the thing. I created a piece of art, undeniably, and here's what happens, right? So usually, I think a good piece of art doesn't play, and I think you might agree with this, it doesn't placate to an audience, okay? It, as an artist, for instance, with my book, you sort of strive to give the audience something that they not know yet that they want, right? You shouldn't give an audience what they want. You should give an audience what they not know that they want yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But here, what happens here is, so it's basically good. It's a good thing when a piece of art or a movie or a game gets released and it has like a 50-50 split, usually. And then usually when it settles a little bit in the culture, it gets appreciated more. It should piss off half the audience and sort of like gratify the other half, right? Now, what happened with this piece of art, which is extremely rare, is it brought two opposite sides of the political aisle together, okay? That's extremely rare, right? Now, what's this Jew's instinct? Shut it down. Ban it, okay? So, and he's going to explain this too. He went to YouTube because he has an in with the heads of YouTube because, of course, the nepotistic
So it's not just Jews are involved. Ends are involved too. You're saying they've got an N there.
Yes, they're also. But anyway, so the tops on YouTube, they were like, no, this is actually valuable artistic expression. We can't take this down. Okay. And by the way, this cartoon was old, as you know. This cartoon had been up for like 6 years.
It was a weird feeling for me, and I was in a pretty bad shape. And
that is notable that this podcast here is years after the cartoon was released.
Yes.
So I've been trying to erase Twitter. I've been trying all weekend. You guys know how. And by the way, I can't. Thank you. I can't deactivate my account because it makes my handle open, which is insane. Obviously, that would be insane to let
somebody else grab it.
You know. So that's not an option. So I was trying to figure out ways to just erase all my tweets, all my likes.
See that Twitch? That was a real fucked up Twitch.
Fucking hard.
It's one of his worst.
Dude, I was trying all weekend. It was really upsetting me because I just needed to get out of there. I did finally figure out a way to.
Wow, that cartoon you made of his wife was really hard on him. I mean, it's just like it's him that you did this to. It's not. Like, who cares? It's just your dumb wife. She barely talks. She's like a magical talking donkey.
Listen, I get it. It's not fun, but you're a public figure. You know what I'm saying? You got to deal with it.
You asked for this.
You can't take down a piece of art. You can't go take down a painting if you disagree with it. It's just ridiculous.
You put the fucking camera in that stupid scarecrow's hands, and then this might happen. I mean, if she turns it around on herself, that's on her.
I guess you can download your Twitter data, which you have to wait 20.
You know, Hila was really upset because that day she said to Ethan, she looked him dead in the eyes, those big, sorrowful eyes she has, and she was like, and so he knew he had to get something done
for hours and then I bought some software that I could put the Twitter data in, and it seems like just right now, like just right before we started the show, it looks like all my tweets were successfully erased.
There you go.
Oh, no. Okay.
You're welcome. You guys, you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. He's still gone. He's still no longer on Twitter. I drove H3H3 off of Twitter with my cartoon. Thank you so much.
That's very
good. A little applause?
Yeah. Wow.
Thank you. Isn't that good? Did you know about that, though? Did you know that?
I did not know that, no. I one time got Tim Heidecker to leave Twitter for a month.
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
It was a month, but he couldn't help himself. He had to come back. I'm shocked Ethan hasn't come back. These guys are so
he's not back. I'll make another cartoon of his wife when he comes back.
Do you have one like in the can ready to go just for that?
I actually was making one about her with Teddy Flash, and she's sucking on like little teddy bears. She's drinking like the crotches of teddy bears and stuff like that.
Nice.
But I'm not done. I will do that. But should we pull? I don't know if we're past this now, but I was really curious to see what you thought of the John Kricfalusi Simpsons thing. Because were you around when that dropped?
I'll pull that up. I actually wanted to finish a point about that because we never really finished the thought on that, which was we were talking about how the limitations create the greatness there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you feel the same way. I mean, especially when we're talking about like a cartoon you made where a lady is blowing away Palestinian children, or a cartoon where Chinese ladies, chinging and chonging with a bat.
I can tell you the limitation there, though. I can tell you about the
Okay, yeah, I would love to. Is there a limitation there?
The limitation there is, now again, that cartoon was fucking old, but back then, there was some scrutiny being put on Ethan Klein for whether or not she had seen action or not.
Right.
And when that was popping or trending or whatever you want to call it, then it's incumbent upon the artist to hone in on that immediately, right? So the limitation is to get it out as quickly as possible. So that cartoon, I made that in one sitting. I sat down for 16 hours.
Okay.
Animated the whole thing and then released. That's the limitation.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's different though, because like you're fighting the clock. You're not fighting a higher power.
Yeah. But I think because we're talking about limitation in general, because even when we're talking about the nostalgia factor of aesthetics that people emulate, that's also a limitation. They're emulating specifically the limitation of a medium too. But anyways, maybe we're getting too artsy fartsy now.
Well, I don't give a shit. Fuck them. The example I always use when I'm just talking about this in general, not in specific with John K or anything. When I talk about this topic, I use Ren and Stimpy as an example because I think the best example ever is they weren't allowed to say booger on Ren and Stimpy, which is kind of hard to believe. When you go back and watch Ren, there's like a naked old man running around with a chicken bone on his head and stuff like there's insane, gross shit going on.
Yeah, and they weren't allowed to show his naked butt crack, so he has a Band-Aid, which makes it more bizarre.
And the one that...
It's rule. It makes it more... the limitation makes it more awesome.
It's so much funnier, and the perfect example of that is they weren't allowed to say booger, so they said, well, fuck it. We're going to come up with the dumbest fucking thing we could ever... You won't let us say booger to kids? Kids are who says booger, by the way. It's not actually called boogers. It's mucus or phlegm. And so they said, we're going to call it magic nose goblins. And,
that makes it more terrible.
It's way worse. It's like 1,000 times. And then that made them alive, and it became like this running gag on the show. And then they did the gross up painting of it where they're like, they're intricately detailed. There's the one with the blood on it and like a
There's
vein.
another example of that in the show where they basically went through the list they got from Nickelodeon of banned words and things. They weren't allowed to show nipples, right?
Okay.
So they said, are we allowed to do rubber? Can we use the word nipple when it's a rubber nipple? Right?
Rubber
and then
nipple
they said,
salesman.
well, yes, you can do that. So they made a whole episode about rubber nipple salesman.
Which has one of the most horrifying scenes in Ren and Stimpy in it.
Call the police.
Yeah, they bring out it was a walrus. They've got this walrus, and the walrus is asking them to call the police. He's terrified.
Somebody needs to make an edit of this episode and then cut in based on all those little clips of that show.
Yeah, Clippers get on it. You got to do a lot of Ren and Stimpy research where you're not a geek about this and don't know it. But I think
they literally were so defiant against the censors that they said, okay, so this is not allowed. We're allowed to do this. And then they made a whole fucking episode about it. You know
and I've seen people say the same thing about, I've never listened to Howard Stern, but the one thing that I heard over and over again about Howard, I was not that long ago doing some research into Howard Stern for an episode of the show. I don't know why. And the thing I saw fans, like former fans of the show, say over and over again is he was so much better when he had somebody to fight against. When he went to satellite radio, he had nothing to fight against. And I think about that. I've been thinking about that for years, where it's like when I go into the pizza fund and I can do anything I want, it's not really as good of a show, is not a good, I'm not advertising myself very well here by saying that. But when you're on, the reason I like going back to YouTube when I get kicked off of YouTube is I don't want to be on the place that will let me do anything. Letting me do anything, like every time I get kicked off of YouTube, it's for like brand new rules that you never could have seen coming. There's actually a bit of a sport to it. It's actually kind of fun where you're like, I could have never predicted this. This is unreal.
You're riding the line, content. That's what they call edgy. That's why I don't mind when people call me edgy because that's what it means. You're riding the line.
Anytime somebody uses the word edgy, I just think in my head like, oh, so you think this is edgy? That's cool. Like you're like scared of this basically when you say that.
By the way, I was reminded of another 90s cartoon that talks about fighting against that edge, right? Which is one of the inspirations for Butch Killigan as well. It's the Bruce Timm Batman the Animated Series cartoons, which I bet you've watched as well.
Of course, yeah.
Have you ever seen the behind-the-scenes thing where they talk about that the Joker, who is a homicidal maniac, and he wasn't allowed to kill anybody, right? Which was a problem for them,
right? Because he needs to be evil.
Yeah, he needs to be evil. So what did they do? They came up with a thing where the Joker toxin makes people. They put them in a catatonic state where they have this huge grin on their face, and they're just like this, giggling.
Right.
Which is much worse faith than death, you know?
Horrifying.
It made it so much more creepy, basically, you know what I'm saying? It added this super extra creepy thing that they would have never even have thought to figure out if they hadn't gotten that limitation of him just outright shooting a guy, which also would have been cool.
It's one of the problems of the internet, at least for the type of stuff that I do, maybe not for you, but one of the problems of the internet is...
Oh, you think you're more edgy than me?
No, well, God,
let's
no.
have an edge off.
It's not even close. Just just some of the things I've seen you draw. Fuck no, but the for the talking, for the just talking for and covering stuff. It almost makes me want to artificially insert limitations on and I have done it actually. Artificially insert limitations on myself, like, you know, nobody's going to enforce this but me, I guess, but you know, try to force myself to not always just say certain things, and not like racist stuff necessarily. In fact, I'll tell you, one of the ones that I think about most often is like sexual stuff. I try to like I save going into very sexual things for when I think it'll make the most impact. But even that isn't really that limited. And I feel like that this is a huge problem on the internet and why everything is reaction and commentary content, why it's all this slop tent and non-tent, and you can't really create because you can't create in a vacuum. And having no limitation is almost a vacuum. Obviously, there are limitations. Obviously, YouTube is one, but like you can do so much more on YouTube even than you could ever do on TV. There's like, there's at the very least, there's nobody who needs to justify a paycheck right above you where they're just deciding things willy-nilly that you can and can't do, which is what happens in TV and movies.
Yes, but that's for guys like us who so you're never going to have any transgressive art or anything that pops. It's never going to happen. So you have to at least...
Well, there are the rare instances, but yeah.
You need to understand... Well, no, not on YouTube anymore, at least. Definitely not. There's no transgressive art allowed on YouTube. That's not possible. I don't think so.
Okay. All right, I agree. I can't come up with an example, so I agree, I guess.
Yeah, you'd have to if you can't come up with an example.
I mean, I feel like, sometimes I'm transgressing stuff, but I'm getting kicked off of YouTube all the time too. So
yes, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. So we have come to grips with the fact that there's a glass ceiling of sorts.
Okay, yes.
And we're the smut. We're the snuff.
We're electing to never go any further up.
Yes.
By either stupidity or hubris or something, we've elected this terrible thing.
Yes, but I think that's good, actually, because what happens is if you want to succeed in an algorithm, you have to become more and more of an NPC, basically.
Right.
And placate to numbers and stuff like that. And that's what I told you before, too. It's not a numbers game. It is the people that you speak to, and then the people that return. And I hate to call people fans. Let's go listeners, viewers. That's the most important thing, the return people.
Yeah. Well, there's a guy in the chat.
You want to accumulate a quality audience. At least that's my philosophy. My audience is quality. You will not see a shaman, a schizoid, freakazoid like that in my chat. And yes, we'll ban you immediately. If you don't vibe, you're gone. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a shit.
Normally, I'm the same way, but with Sheman, I like covering him, so he unfortunately gets a pass instantly. There's a guy in our chat, though, who says, wow, the viewers keep dipping down below 300. You're at 285 right now. You guys are losing. You got this guy, idiot from the Netherlands, which he knows you're from the Netherlands, which means he knows who you are. So that kind of tells you exactly why.
I don't think it's a good idea to single out the single negative comment of all.
Well, I singled it out. I singled it out because immediately after he said that, it shot up to 315 people watching. So it was very silly. He looked like a complete fucking idiot. And also,
an idiot.
It's been vacillating around 300 this entire time, probably because we're talking about Ren and Stimpy. Haha, you got fooled. We're not talking about the thing you wanted. By the way, back to Ren and Stimpy for a second.
Or 2 more hours. Back to Ren and Stimpy for 2 more hours.
Please? No, actually, so we got into this because I brought up Doug TenNapel. And is it TenNapel or TenNapel? I never know how to say it. I've only ever seen it written. It
depends. He's also of Dutch descent, by the way. He's a Dutch guy.
Well,
fellow Dutch.
It depends on what, though. Which one is it? Which one does he say?
No, it's TenNapel, and in America you would say TenNapel, but in Dutch it would be TenNapel.
Okay, Tim Apple, the guy from Macintosh. The point is, all right. So John K. Vanguard changed everything. In reality, this tiny blip on the radar that never really hit again after that. Although he made good things after that, never really hit the same way, but still absolutely changed the landscape forever. Why isn't Doug TenNapel that guy too? Because in my mind, what happened there? Because in my mind, if you don't know, Doug TenNapel, Earthworm Jim. He made Earthworm Jim. A lot of other things.
Earthworm Jim, Neverhood. Another major niche. But that's a major accomplishment. That also influenced a lot of shit.
That was the stop motion video game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on, that innovated. That's amazingly innovative.
That was crazy.
Okay, so the fact you have 2 giant fucking hits like that, you know what I'm saying?
Earthworm
and then of
Jim
course you wouldn't care about this. I wouldn't care about this, but he made VeggieTales.
He made VeggieTales? I didn't even know that.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I had no clue.
There you go. He made Cat Scratch, the Nickelodeon cartoon.
I don't know that one. That one I don't know.
That was pretty all right.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And then of course he has a major influence on comic books as well.
In my mind,
and stuff like that.
In my mind, as a kid, because I was obsessed with this shit as a kid. As a kid, I went, this guy making Ren and Stimpy, this John K. fella, and this Doug guy making Earthworm Jim, design and all that stuff. They're clearly, one is not influenced by the other. They're the same, they're peers. They're both influenced by
1920s cartoons.
Though. Exactly. They're influenced by the stuff that came before them, but they've arrived to this similar point in time, making these sort of similar things, but the differences are incredible and make them so unique and so awesome. And in my mind, Earthworm Jim was always that. And I can't believe it did not have this bigger impact on cartooning in general. Like what?
Okay, so it should have been, look, so yeah, so what happens, I remember when I was in the video store where we rent like Sega games.
Yeah.
And you saw the cover of Earthworm Jim. To me, that was a seminal moment. That was for me finding the Ark of the Covenant. I rented that game that was like, that created Butch Killigan basically up until this point. You know what I'm saying? That was a major influence for me, Earthworm Jim. And the cartoon too, basically, you know? Do you remember when that cartoon came out too?
Yeah, I watched
like how amazing that was. Like, what the fuck? I can't imagine. I can't believe they're actually making a fucking cartoon.
It's one of these things where if you weren't, you know, if you're not old enough, you don't remember the video game, then, you know, none of this means anything to you. And maybe even if you are old enough, it might just be like so part of, like, yeah, Earthworm Jim, that's just part of pop culture. Like, that shit is psycho. And I'm not talking about The Crow. Like,
yes,
it's
surrealism. And that's the thing. It went back. Look, in the 1920s, we had surreal, funny, slapstick, violent cartoons. They went away for the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. That's 30 years where it was just like Scooby-Doo, static, cheap animation. Even like the Flintstones doesn't have like bulging out eyeballs or real surreal. It has some surreal elements, but it's all within the theme. It's just, it gets tired, you know, like, oh, you pick up a rock to call someone. I got it. You know, it's just.
I mean, it's just these
it's
like
that type of
the ideas.
But then in the 90s, you had grunge, you had grunge, you had Nirvana, you had a whole new creative boom happening wherein the creators were in charge. So you had cartoons with Ren and Stimpy, and then in the video game industry, you got Earthworm Jim, which embraced this complete surrealism. And by the way, do you know, because I talked to Doug about this, he got high. He was like in trouble financially and stuff. He went around shopping around video game studios, and he got to Shiny Entertainment, I believe the thing was. And they gave him a shot. They said, "Listen, we have extra money. Video game industry is booming, but we need a concept by tomorrow." It was literally had to go home. He wrote all characters, everything. He designed all the characters, Earthworm Jim, all the enemies, everything in one night.
Insane.
Came back the next day, did a pitch. They did it, and that became Earthworm Jim. It was all It came out with that shit in one night.
I can't. I mean, I'm not doing a good job. I can't. I just cannot put this into words. The concepts and designs of that thing are just so singular, unique, awesome, insane, and it's and also something Earthworm Jim did differently than other video games of the time was these were cartoon sprites. These were fully animated, like a sort of a fluid cartoon, stretch and squash. Sort of, you know, when Earthworm Jim falls down from above, his head stretches out, and he did all of that, and apparently he did it. You know, they're just giving some unknown, a pity fuck basically on this, and
they needed new creatives to come up with weird shit back in the 90s because that's when that shit was thriving. He was in the right place in the right time, and he's just a genius. Like Doug TenNapel is a true visionary genius. And when you ask, like, why didn't that move any further, is because he's a Christian and he spoke out against trannies and against that shit. So then he gets shunned by the industry.
Back in the 90s,
and then now they put HR department people and diversity quota people in charge of everything. And that's why you get all this shit now.
Did he get, like, at what point in the Earthworm Jim franchise is Doug no longer working there?
Listen, it's not just Earthworm Jim though, because I think why Earthworm Jim sort of stopped is because they had to, again, a lot of games in the late 90s when we went to 3D graphics and they were no longer investing in 2D.
Yeah.
You had a 3D Earthworm Jim on N64, which fucking bombed and blew. And it's because you had a 2D team. They have to switch, and then those games need to be they had a turnaround time for like a year.
But was he still working on it when it was that?
I don't know if he was still there. It must have had him at least as a consultant.
I guess the reason I'm asking is
one important thing that you need to know though is because he got in like that, he didn't own Earthworm Jim. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the studio owned that shit. He never, and when he did a couple of years back, he did the comic books. He basically had to
buy it back,
not buy it back, like sort of lease
or license it. He had to license it.
License is fucking that's fucked up.
Well, that's that. Yeah. Okay, so this is the thing. So I'm doing this comparison with John Kay and Doug TenNapel, where that trajectory is extremely similar, because John Kay didn't own Ren and Stimpy either. Nickelodeon owned Ren and Stimpy. They argued that he created that for them, that they were side characters he created for a different cartoon, by the way, that the head of Nickelodeon said, actually, these are the good ones. His whole idea was George Liquor. And then, which actually I like George Liquor, but I'm not a Ripping Friends fan though. But
I never watched. Do you know that I've never ever ended up watching that?
Don't bother. It's
I
not
like
worth
the
it.
art. I like the art, but
not worth it. But the so they're very similar in that way. They both kind of their creation is taken out from under them, and then everything after that is kind of, I mean, no offense, but downhill career wise for them.
But I disagree with Doug TenNapel because he made.
I'm not saying he doesn't make anything good after. I'm saying the cultural impact of it is nowhere near this. I mean, it never could.
I would argue though that it's nowhere. Okay, but then what do you expect? Kind of like what artist is there that pops? Every single thing is like a seminal, like cultural, impactful explosion. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost
Akira Toriyama.
But it's always Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball.
No, he made a lot of stuff that.
Okay, sure, yeah, okay. You know what? You're right.
I'm not an anime guy, and I know that one. So.
But then again, in Japan, if you say you hate trannies, you're still allowed to work.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, but the trans stuff didn't happen with Doug in the 90s, right?
No, it did. It did. He was struggling with executives and all that shit because of his Christian beliefs and values and stuff. That, yeah, definitely.
Well, that stinks. I mean, I think God is gay and fake. Obviously, is retard shit. But I don't think you should be, not allowed to make the greatest stuff ever because of it. You believe in God? You made a face when I said that.
No, well, if you were to want to, I believe in God. I just don't believe in the Abrahamic versions of it. No, I think that might be a Jewish psyop. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
but I do believe in God.
Christianity is you're completely retarded if you believe in Christianity, because that's basically Judaism with extra steps, as far as I'm concerned. But
probably
100%. You're just doing half of the Bible is just Jewish. Right, so like I don't know, man.
I'm trying to listen. Here's the thing. So the reason why I'm not gonna go full off it, because I'm gonna have a guy on called Gnostic Informant who knows all about that shit. And so I was way into the Jewish Christian psyop like a couple of years ago. It's so complicated. You basically, in order to have an informed opinion on that, an actual informed opinion, you have to become sort of a theologian yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
In order to act, it's like, oh, you have Magog and Magog, and then you have Edom and Esau that have been portrayed. It's like, I can't. It's just stupid.
Who cares?
I've offered like guys like Adam Green. I've offered them like, we should make an animation about this where we can make it clear to everybody. That
to
would be
me,
cool
God stuff is kind of trans. I don't know. You're just kind of trans for being into it, but I don't look down on any. My wife is Christian. She's trans. My wife is trans, is what I'm saying. So, as far as I'm concerned,
that's pretty cool.
I don't know if she's Christian. She believes the Earth is an eyeball. I'm not sure how. But anyway,
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, it's a weird one. And now, are you even capable of speaking to your wife? Is she able to communicate with you?
No.
Or is it okay? That's probably better. I would prefer that.
No, she's in like a dog cage most of the day.
That's good. Now you were supposed to be. I heard a little birdie told me you were supposed to be on the Kill stream last week or something with Vito.
I was supposed to be on the Kill stream with Vito. We were going to talk about the indie comic scene.
Vito Gesualdi.
People have been spamming me a lot of things about Vito. I've made clear I didn't want to know anything. I wanted to just get into it with any bias.
But that fell through because Ethan got too pilled out. So
something like that.
That's what I heard. Somebody told me that. But he was, I don't know, he took too many Xanax, jacked off, fell asleep, and then had to wake up in his own vomit and tell you, I'm sorry. But basically,
no, I love Ethan. He's the king of the sector, and I'm trying here to mend the sector.
I like Ethan a lot. I think he's really entertaining, except for when he hosts Pod Awful. But
apparently,
point is, you've made fun of this guy called Eric July, who's a comic book creator, and then this.
He's a black comic book creator. Let's not forget.
Okay, there's a sort of comic book creator with an asterisk for sure, but you
got to mention that.
You have to mention
it's a seminal characteristic.
He makes black comic books, and by that I mean they're poorly spelled.
Every page is completely black.
And it's sort of like a black
page after black page.
It's expensive. That's why he has to do these Kickstarters for them, because that's a lot of ink.
Avant-garde. Now, it's actually very cheap because it saves a lot of color ink. It's just black.
Oh, you just buy the black construction paper, I guess, at that point. That'd be cool. A construction paper.
It's very avant-garde. You kind of talk about filling in the blanks.
Yeah, he's sort of a vanguard in a way. But that
would be cool, actually. If he did that, I would have backed that book.
And when you're around him, you'd probably want to guard your van. But the point is,
listen, if he released a book, that was funny. But if he released a book that was just 26 or 100 black pages,
it's called Black Comics. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a black creator. This is a black comic, and it's just empty thought or balloons.
It's definitely empty thoughts.
That would be really cool.
That would be awesome. So you've made fun of him, this Vito guy, Vito Gesualdi, who's been on this show. We've talked to him about his comic book. He's made fun of this Eric July guy. I don't know anything about it, and I don't want to learn anything about it, and I don't want to get involved in any of this.
Because I'm sick of talking about that guy.
But Vito does make fun of this guy for putting out a comic book. Meanwhile, Vito has never put out a comic book. He keeps acting like a comic book exists. Didn't he do a Kickstarter or something for his comic book?
Now, again, I don't know. I think you know more about this than I do.
I don't know anything, but I think people will tell me in the chat. I think he had a fundraising thing to make this comic book, and he's just scammed his entire audience.
Look, so that's it. But I think this is what happens, right? With most comic book campaigns, the mistake that's made is this: they front load everything. So they give you a concept, it's like a pitch. Like, what is that, Shark Tank or whatever? No, even in Shark Tank, people already have their businesses sort of up and running. Right?
Have you ever seen Indian Shark Tank?
Oh, what did they say?
So Indian Shark Tank, they've got the Indian sharks there. And then
my rules, my attitude.
A guy comes up and he's like, yes, thank you, sharks, for having me. My concept is not shitting on everything. This is a brand new concept. Is not shit, make things good, and then all the sharks instantly, simultaneously say, "For that reason, I am out."
So what you're implying is that they
poop. Indian Shark Tank.
That's really good stuff.
That was actually a bit that Ryan Katsu Rivera came up with, and I just added "for that reason I am out" part. I got to be honest, we laughed really hard at that, and now I regret.
Where's Ryan? Can he call in? Tell him to call in real quick.
He's probably too scared to. He doesn't like you, but he's scared of.
He did impressions of me. I remember he did impressions of.
He does impressions every time we talk about you. He does an impression of you.
Yeah, I want to hear that again. That warmed my heart.
Well, I don't know. I guess he could try to figure out a way or something. I don't know.
DM him. I want to hear his voice.
He's probably busy or something. I don't know.
Nah, that guy's not busy. Come on.
He's a busy guy. He runs all of Compound Censored Network. The whole network.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, he might be really busy, but he's not too busy to talk to his best old.
No, he's definitely not. But he's like at a gas station right now, trying to find out what kind of new Bang energy drink they've got or something. He's trying to figure out. He's trying to figure out what rappers put out a meal at McDonald's recently. He's not busy at all, for sure. I just don't
get him to call in.
We're just all over the place already, and I don't want to involve a third party.
True.
I want you all to myself.
We're not that all over it. We're pretty focused. I feel we're pretty.
Well, we're very focused, which is why we've gotten into exactly 1 second of this podcast that we were
okay, let's just press play on this.
No. The point is, Doug TenNapel and then something else. Well, hang on a second. But while we were talking about design, can I ask? I wanted to get your opinions on something. Design. You were very complimentary of my logo and my graphics and stuff like that. And I wanted to get into a little something with you. Maybe you can weigh in on this. Okay, I do a little segment every once in a while on this program called Hate Mail.
I have autism. I can't help it.
I want to share with you a little bit of hate mail. We've got people who clip the show, people who archive the show. Thank you to all the archivists out there. The show would not exist without you. That is 100% true at this point. Every single time I get kicked off of YouTube, PodAwful is just gone. So if you don't re-upload our episodes and clip our episodes, then there's nothing. And every time a particular guy, I'm pretty sure this was on Stalin 19's clip channel. Every time he uploads stuff, the people who watch his clip channel hate PodAwful, and I love it. So please keep uploading the stuff. I love reading the comments from these guys. This hate comment comes from Twisted Fister 88, and he says, "Get rid of the stupid red light. Looks so stupid. No wonder the show hasn't grown." Of course, ignoring the fact that I've been banned on YouTube so many times, I've lost more subscribers.
This is a
than
new
I've
thing
ever
you're
had.
trying to red light?
Well, no, actually. But I responded to that, ha, 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 because, and this is the secret of this season of the show, I've been using this red light only since the beginning of this season of the show. And here's the fun, magical reveal is if you Google autistic people red light, it says many autistic people can have an aversion to red light, as it is often considered. Yeah, there we go. As it is often considered a highly stimulating color. Look at Sven; he's red now too. A highly stimulating color that can trigger sensory overload due to its intensity, potentially causing discomfort or distress. So, I have been laughing.
He outed himself.
Yes, exactly. I tweeted this out. I said, I love it when they tell on themselves. Now, Mersh has been making a big deal about this red light. He hates it. Something in him, the autism, I assume, is just driving him wild. And all of these comments now I get all the time, get rid of the stupid red light. Now, there's some people, in all fairness, who are like, I love it. One guy recently said, this is the best the lighting's ever been. Please never change it. People are really enjoying it. I decided, I'm thinking about it all the time. I always am putting thought into all this kind of stuff, just like we were discussing before. And I realized something. I haven't had like a normal human color on this show since 2015. Okay. And I've changed around the color and the looks of the lighting a million times, and nobody had an issue with it until it was pure red.
There you go.
So it has to be an autism thing. It's got to be that these people just cannot handle it. It's like overstimulating and hurting them. So I put a thing on Twitter. I said, which one of these face colors is the illegal one? Vote below. And as you can see, I've had purple, red, blue and green, pink. Now, I want to stress something here. It's hard to, Twitter will sometimes compress images to a point where the color is changed on them. This looked much more pink originally when I took the image, like from the episode. It kind of uploads to almost looking like skin tone, but it's not. It's actually blue and
that
pink.
Looks fucking pink, dude. No need for the disclaimer.
I know. Pink. But there are people who I'm pretty sure are not realizing that. And this isn't even everything. I can only upload 4 pictures at a time on Twitter. These were just 4 random ones I took. And I just wanted to see, I wanted to test the waters on this. So I put up the poll, which one's the illegal one? And as you can see, with 39% of the vote, they voted for red. Okay. Pink was the winner. Pink's at 37%. Now, I think pink was winning by a wide margin for a long time. And I think what was happening there is people's monitors or phones are not calibrated well. and they thought they were just looking at my normal human skin tone, and so they were jokingly voting for it to say that I'm just gross looking, which I agree with, but you fucked up. It is actually pink. I don't look like that either. All right. So I think I accidentally tipped the scale on this poll when I ran it. By the way, purple came in the lowest at 9.8% of the vote. No one seems to have a problem with purple. All right. So purple comes in the lowest, and then blue green right above that at 13.9%. Now, forever I had this purple light, and I thought, like, people seem to like the purple light, but I always hated the purple light. The purple light I didn't like. I don't like the bisexual lighting. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's half red, half blue. I did that forever. That's like so played out. Before the season began, I thought to myself, what can I do to not do bisexual lighting? What can I do to make this look exciting? And I invented something. It was brand new. I thought, what if the foreground was all red and the background was all blue? I thought that was incredible. And by the way, I tried both versions where the foreground was all blue.
And you have the complementary green. You have the little logo at the bottom and the border of the screen, which draws focus to the screen.
You would never know it, but the show has for years now always had red, blue, and green lighting in the studio to some degree. The green. So this is something people don't realize technologically. Green LED style lighting does not show up well on camera. And blue lighting, which if you know anything about LEDs, blue LEDs are almost impossible. Like they almost were never invented. It's a very difficult color to even have exist. And cameras do not pick it up well. So unless you've got it perfect, and I've had it perfect before, but to dial it in perfect takes so much. Unless you have it perfect, blue looks very strange, which is why I don't do it that way. It makes a human face look very odd, and you think I'm washed out in red, you should see blue. It's bizarre looking. So,
what's the point? What are you trying to ask me about this?
I'm getting to it. Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on a fucking second. Christ Almighty, you went on and on and on about.
I'm waiting. I'm like, what is the
comic book and all this? Oh, I'm sorry. We got some pot awful stuff's happening.
No, go ahead, because I'm interested to hear what the conundrum.
I mean, I see you don't know how to color, so.
No, listen, I'm a noir guy, and I'm black and white.
I told Sven before the show, I said, you know what you ought to do is you ought to do a stream where you take crayons and you color your background live.
That was a good idea.
You live on stream and you
let stream where you guys get to pick what colors.
Yeah, everybody in chat gets to choose the crayons you use and stuff.
Not
maybe
a bad idea.
Flesh tone or something. So, all right. First of all, I don't know what this criticism is about the color. I've been using colored lights forever. It never started until the red. That's first. Second, I think I accidentally tipped the scales on this one because I retweeted this poll while it was still live. And I said, if the red ends up at 33%, then it was at like 27%. I'm going to die laughing. And I think a bunch of people started voting red because I said that. That was stupid of me. And the reason I said that was for years on the show, I've said that exactly 1/3 of any audience, of any show, of any stream, whatever, exactly 1/3 of them are fully autistic and literally don't understand what's going on. So this thing was like so close to proving that point for me, that this is an autism thing, and then I blew it. So Sven, as a guy, I trust your artistic eye. What am I doing wrong here? Is it them or is it me?
Now, look, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. It depends. Do you want to make your audience feel comfortable? Because isn't it the thing where like autists gravitate towards Sonic because he's blue? Isn't that like a thing?
Probably. That sounds right. I mean,
if you want to be like their friendly guy, their cryptid friend, you got to be more blue.
Sort of their tulpa. Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Tulpa.
I don't know if I don't want that. I've always thought of all this shit on the show as sort of like an arcade attract screen where you scroll past it and you go, what the fuck? I just wanted to look like nothing else.
look, here's something that I'm missing. Can I say this? Here's
Okay.
a point of not criticism, because I think I've seen you do this before, where you had a screen that had the chat scrolling on screen.
I used to have that over here. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think if you want to lean into the medium, and again, like you do really well, making the medium part of the messaging, what is unique about an internet talk show? It is the chat element. So I don't think you should exclude that.
So
I want
to be very clear, and I've never addressed this, and so it's time to address this. People have probably been wondering, why is the chat screen gone? It never worked here because half of the time I would cover it in a shot. My body would just be in front of it, and I never liked it there. The chat screen actually still exists, and it is in front of me. And one day, very soon, everyone will be able to see it again. There's an entire shot that nobody's even seen of PODAWFUL before that exists.
It just makes sense to have the chat included. You'd agree with that.
I agree with you. Now, what about this?
You almost can do, I understand you have. Wait. Now,
what do you think of this? Do you think people are freaking out right now? Do you think they're screaming and throwing their turds at the screen?
Wait, let me just take this in for a second, okay? Because I'm thinking like red alert, like some kind of a.
What if we do?
Now, if you would have a constant slow cycling of colors going,
okay,
like a huge shift, but not quick. It's going to be slow.
I got you. I can't do that right this second, but so I've got
But it would also. Do you have a control of like the one that's on you?
I can control all of them individually. Sure, yeah.
So let's see.
Well, hang on a second.
Look, I kind of like the red background. I like the look of that.
All right, you want to see what that looks like? What do you want the main light to be?
Can I nitpick?
Yeah, nitpick.
So, of course, I like the fan, the slow turning fan. I like that. I would like it to turn a little.
I'm the only guy with this, but no one knows how to do this.
I know, but look, I want more shit. I want more Tetsuo the Iron Man. I want that wall to look like Tetsuo the Iron Man. It needs to be.
We're on the same page. Don't worry.
It shouldn't be distracting, like distracting details, but more wiring.
You're gonna get what you want. Everybody's gonna get everything they want in this. Okay, I've decided to please everyone.
You understand what I'm saying?
100%. Trust me, it's all being worked on. People, Sven, I've got a robot camera, right? You know, I have a robo cam.
Yeah, I know you have a robot
cam. I invented having a robo cam.
I'm trying to give you my feedback.
Well, I'm trying to tell you something here. So
I understand that whatever I say, you already thought of it. That's fine. But I just want that whole wall to be covered in wires.
It will be. People for a while now probably have noticed that the RoboCam has not made an appearance in a while. The big board hasn't made an appearance in a while. There's a reason for it's happening. It's all happening. Just trust me on this. Do you want to see?
I also want a big Butch Killigan poster in the background.
Okay, well, fuck no. But the I'm sorry.
Look, I'm seeing a big discrepancy here. I'm constantly being forthright and honest with my best friend. I'm giving you compliments. You're not doing a great job with reciprocating that complimentary vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So
you could do a better job in that regard, I feel.
Okay, listen, I have said a lot of very nice things and given you all.
It could be a lot more. It could be a lot more.
Well, listen, I know we're best friends and everything, but I mean, you can't just be fishing for compliments all the time.
No. This is not fishing for compliments. I'm asking you to be honest.
What do you think? What about this?
Well, it sucks. That's gay.
That's bad, right? That stinks.
Listen, if you want me to just honestly help you out here, it needs to be a reciprocal type of thing.
Okay,
here, you know
all right. What do you want me to? So you want me to put a poster up of your character in my studio forever?
No, but you could get your audience to actually support a good comic book.
I've been trying this whole show to get everybody.
No, you have not. It's not good enough. Okay, let's pull up the Kickstarter to tell people to go there.
I got rid of the Kickstarter.
Yeah, you got to do it. Come on.
I closed it. I don't even know where it is now.
How about you go buy a copy? Order a copy.
All right, can we not plug for 2 fucking seconds here?
I've been here. We haven't plugged for like 30 minutes.
All right, what about this? What about all blue?
What are we doing? You know what? I do like Yeah, no. Well, okay, look. Wait, hold on to this thought for a second, okay? Because I do like the background color like this. I like the high contrast in the back. There's enough contrast between the light blue and the green, but then the foreground color needs to be something else.
Okay. Wait, what about all green?
Red. No, definitely not.
Okay, no, that's too much. All right, hang on a second. Now I did a few little adjustments.
Color.
So everybody liked purple, right? So I set up a few presets here. Okay. Now here's foreground purple. What do we think of this?
No, look, I like that previous background color though. Can you go back to the previous
Just
background
all
color
blue?
and then switch up the Yes, but switch up the foreground color a little.
All right, what do we want the foreground to be?
It needs to be something either purple or red or. Yes.
Is this working?
Yes.
This is kind of.
Yes.
That's pretty.
I like that one. Make this a preset. Make that a preset real quick.
Okay, hang on a second. This is pretty close to what I had going on there. But all right, let's. I'm gonna call this one Sven.
Yeah, call that one Sven.
All right, and then so we got all right. This is what I set up, and then this is what you like. All right.
Yes, this is better. I know it's subtle, but it's better because you want the details in the background to sort of blend into one another.
I like those to show a little bit more than what this is doing.
No, I understand you're proud of them, but it's.
Now, can I go? Now, let me go back to the normal colors here for a second, and let's really get down to business on something. All right. How about this?
Butch Killigan 2 is what you're trying to get into.
What if I told you, what color is Butch Killigan's shirt?
Butch Killigan's shirt is a pinkish red,
kind of
purplish.
Kind of a pinkish. Do you know what it is in hex? Do you know what its Pantone is?
Not really. I couldn't off the top of my head. Okay. No.
Now, what if I told you this? Would this blow your mind? What if I told you that this light is not red?
Wait, the foreground?
The foreground light, I'm looking right at it, is not red. It is pinkish purple and has been this whole time. This whole episode, the episode before this, the episode before that. Can I show you red as the foreground?
Okay, let's go red.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is blue background, red foreground. You ready for this? It's subtle, but it is different.
You know what? I'm more into that. It's more high contrast. I'm more into this.
This is better, right?
I like that. Yeah, this is better.
All right. Now, audience, everybody said purple is the least illegal one. Which do you like better? Purple or red? Purple or red? Keeping in mind,
I'm red. I'm team red.
I'm team red too.
Can you go red? Can you go red foreground and then go the background that I said?
All right, let's go back to Sven settings and then go to full red. Dial it right in there. There, that's it. That's full red there.
Now, I think this is the winner. I'm going to be honest with you.
See, this is
you know why?
There's a little bisexuality happening here, though, unfortunately.
That's fine because, look, you don't want that red. You want that red to remain in the foreground and not have other elements of red in the background because that striped stuff there becomes red. This is better, honestly. This is the sweet spot.
All right, guys, are we doing this red foreground Sven colors or red foreground Jesse colors? Because I don't know.
Do this one.
I don't know. But listen.
We're going to do this.
Point is, if you're complaining about the red, you're autistic.
I have autism.
All right. I need to go take another quick whiz. Can you show people the Kickstarter in a genuine fashion?
Okay, fine. Guys, go. Let me find the link again here. The Kickstarter.
Just don't go. I've been in 20 podcasts.
I let you promote it at the very beginning of the show. With the whole intro.
You need to do that a couple of times. People tune in a little later moment.
The entire intro was. Here's the thing: you do it, and then you.
No,
if
you don't do it like that.
Can I give you a little tip here? You do a good show, then people will want to support it.
Yes. What is this show? This show's been fucking perfect.
Well, if it's a lot of plug, then What do you want me to show them? You want me to show them the Kickstarter?
Plug. Can I give you a tip? You kind of need to plug once in a while.
Am I showing the Kickstarter? Or am I showing? What am I showing here?
show the Kickstarter and show the Kickstarter trailer. Okay?
All right, that's what I was going to do. Ladies and gentlemen.
And I want to watch that Simpsons thing because I think that's a good thing that we should watch together. The Simpsons intro, okay?
Got it. Support Sven's Kickstarter here. Support Butch Killigan. And by the way, I am joking around. Don't tell him I said this, but it is a very good comic. Check this out.
Previously in Ultra City.
Also, we're putting it back on my colors
203.
here.
A robbery in progress. 304. Someone's home being burglarized. 360.
New colors.
A violent crime's committed.
Woo!
504. An alleyway rape. And yeah, it don't stop. Another 187 on an undercover cop. These codes ain't just numbers on a radio beam. They're cries for help. This is what they pay me for. DEA! Stop in the name of the law! I love you, baby.
I love you more.
What the hell is that? I've been in a coma? Brace yourself. The adventure is just beginning. Revenge awakens in... Don't miss out. Get your copy now.
Why wasn't I asked to do the voiceover, some of the voices for the characters and stuff? But anyway, Butch Killigan, everybody. I want to ask him about what inspired this character when he comes back, because I've actually been wondering that for a while. What are they saying in the chat room about all this? Blue and red is Masonic themed. All right, good. I'm 33rd degree. Scottish rights. Scottish rights. Scottish rights. Scottish rights. It was getting a little bisexual there for a second. Anyway, check out Sven Stoffels Kickstarter, Butch Killigan Volume 2. Everybody, please go check that. I'm going to post the link here in the chat room for you guys. Hi, Sven.
Oh my gosh, besties.
We've been talking about your thing. Can I ask you this? What inspired Butch Killigan?
You're asking me where I got my ideas from?
Yep, for this specific thing, yes.
Yeah. What inspired Butch Killigan? So look, I actually did an art book for the first one. It's also still available, I think, for limited edition. Look at this. You'll like this, I think. Look.
Yeah.
This shows some of the first early concepts of Butch Killigan. Let me show you this real quick. Oh. Look, it started off like this. Check this out. This is like 2016.
Yeah, that's very different.
We were planning to do a video game, like running gun shooter type thing.
I was going to say, it looked like a video game, yeah.
Yes, it started off like a video game idea. So here you can see this. Got a little bit closer to what you know Butch Killigan to be today. But then I kept writing the story more and more and more. And the story sort of breached out of the confines of what like a little running gun game would be. Plus, when I would do a comic book, I wouldn't have to be reliant on other people's work, because usually when you have to rely on programmers and stuff, like, you know what that's like. It gets muddled down. So I wanted to have total control. I wanted to be able to get my story out there. And then it became more and more of this satirical story about what our future could turn into, okay? So yeah, you have this, and on the surface level, it's this 80s style DEA agent story of a guy that wakes up in this degenerate future. Now, in this future, all drugs have been legalized, so his role as a DEA agent has sort of been nullified.
Right.
Now, if you read book 1, there's this mysterious little coffin with this eldritch thing that he finds. That's the only drug left unregulated, which is also responsible for the disappearance of his pregnant wife. So he has to figure all that shit out. Now, on top of that, there's a bunch of fucking crazy nonsense happening in this future. Again, like you saw, there's human mosquito hybrids. I've talked about
Chinese mosquito hybrids.
Chinese. You know what? You're right. There's Chinese human mosquito hybrids. There is self-replicating retarded clone workers that every time they replicate, they get a little bit more retarded. You know, look, we brainstorm these so many crazy fucking things, and to me, just what the main complaint that people have with modern day comics or media is that the main characters in these things have become propaganda pieces. You know what I'm saying? So the Mary Sue problem. You've heard of this, right?
Of course.
Where a character becomes a representation of an ideology, and therefore they are not allowed to have any flaws. And that doesn't make for that interesting of a story when a person can't have any flaws or can be put in awkward situations. And I think what's fun is to put your main character in the worst possible situation and see how he gets out of it. So in Butch Killigan 2, he wakes up from a coma. The first thing that happens is he's like begging to be let out of this hospital in a panic. He's chained to a hospital bed. And then this AI in his hospital bed says, yeah, sure, if you want to be let out so bad, we have to measure your vital signs first to see if you can be let out. He's like, yeah, please, please. And then this big, giant mechanical dildo comes out to try and measure his rectum. So yeah, this first book starts off with anal rape.
Okay, well, so it's sort of the adult party cartoon of your work then.
No. Butch Killigan never started off as a kid-friendly thing.
Good. All right, fair enough. I feel like
this is very much like an 80s style property. You know what I'm saying? Like no holds barred.
Is the work of it, is the feel of it a little bit manga inspired? Would you say?
It is a mixture between manga, Bruce Timm, Batman, the animated series, and then a little bit of the European style smut cartoons that I grew up with.
Right.
Like, you wouldn't be familiar with this, but I've mentioned this before, like Joop Klapzeker, which is a super smutty Amsterdam cartoon that I grew up with, which is crazy. But yeah, yes, this is more like adult party cartoon than Ren and Stimpy. But that's what it is. It's not like it's something else, and then I turned it into that. It's meant to be for adults.
They're saying they said in the chat that it's somebody said it was reminding them of Venture Brothers, the look of it a little bit.
Yeah, some people say that, but it's just I've never watched Venture Brothers. It's just to say, in the same way that you could say that my early cartoons looked like Ren and Stimpy, which it did. I was massively inspired by that, but it's like I was inspired by the same philosophy as John Kay. And we can get back into this because this is an interesting thing. Because what you see on the internet right now, you see the Newgrounds artists. They're basically from the school of John Kay, right?
Right, yeah.
And then you have the more liberal Cull Arts, Bean Mouth cartoons.
Yeah.
Right? Those are the two new generations of cartoons. Now, I don't think, if you look at, like, for instance, the top brass, like that came from the Newgrounds school, like Smiling Friends and stuff like that, right? Which are great cartoons, and I like it, and it's funny, but they're not of the quality of something like John Kay, obviously, right?
Sure.
So something got lost in translation there. So I don't think like it's a perfect. I would actually think there would be more value if they more perfectly.
I think that's a problem of people who are originally Flash animators. Most of them, not all of them, but the vast majority.
Yeah, but even in Flash, you could maintain proper structure and actually like have good line weight and all that shit.
Could. How many people did that though?
No one.
Nobody.
I mean, I did that. I did that. You know what I'm saying? I honed the craft more than tried to get my cartoons out in the early days.
Do you
so
hope?
That's why I can.
Do you hope at all that Butch Killigan becomes an animated thing?
No, like that's one of the things that people criticize Eric July of. So he released one comic book and it's like, well, this is the casting for the live action series, and this is going to be the multi-universe, and this is going to be book 19. Like, no, this is one step at a time.
Okay. You can have hopes.
No, but here's the thing. If this is going to be an animated thing, I'll animate it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to animate it. Now, I will probably do like an animated intro concept or something like that. I'll be the one that animates it. But here's the thing. My books, by the way, most comic books that are released in these campaigns are like 60 pages, 90 pages. So not only is my book done already, but it's 120 pages. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going above and beyond what is the standard in these things. Plus, you're guaranteed that you're going to get your book.
All of these things are Just to be clear and cut all the bullshit, all of these things are actually very impressive for a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo. Like everything he's saying is like,
thank you.
All of that shit is always fucked up by almost every Kickstarter. You know, we always say GoFundMe's are a scam on this show, but every Kickstarter's a scam, every Indiegogo's a scam. But the fact that it's done already is what all of those things should be. Like, you know, years and years and years. I mean, so long ago, I did an Indiegogo for this show. This is before I had any equipment. Can you even imagine what that would even look like? But there was already a show. I was going to do the show either way. They would just continue.
It was like, I'm planning to do a show. Can you please buy all my equipment? And maybe I'll do it one day.
And this was, you know, we're talking 2011, probably before then, 2010 or something. I can't tell you how many podcasts I saw or wannabe podcasts came along after that saying, we're going to start a podcast if you it's like, we don't know who you are. How on earth are we going to who's going to give you money other than your mom and your friend to do this? And why would they do it? They don't want to hear your stupid thoughts. So you haven't proven that you have anything to say. I cannot believe, like, Kickstarter, almost every Kickstarter is a scam. Kickstarter, the website, should be illegal. Really, it's a crime what they get away with.
So like I said, you're not allowed to use the phraseology pre-order your book on Kickstarter,
right?
Because Kickstarter doesn't want to go against this idea of funding someone's dream.
Right.
They don't want to make what I do the norm because they'll lose money.
Kickstarter wants to make money off of broken dreams.
But another thing that I want to say, because we mentioned this a couple of times, making the medium part of the message, right? So it's not just that I'm doing the business practices right. In the same time, I am fulfilling what I believe an indie comic should be. Because what is an indie comic? It's an independent comic. You're breaking loose from the chains of top-down control, okay, in this sense. This is sort of the opposite of what we're talking about with, because the problem right now in comics is too much control. So what do you see? Chinese Hulk that is a trans activist, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever. This is real, by the way. You know, a gay Superman, all that shit, right? So what's needed right now, what people want, and what I want, it's not what the people want, it's what I want. I want to have a good story, something that has hard-hitting commentary on top of a good story, great action, and great plot. And not just because I had a fantasy as a kid reading smutty pulp comic books, and I think I can do Marvel better. So there's my superhero. No, it's not my superhero, okay? This is an actual smart, thought-out commentary on escapist male power fantasy fiction.
And most importantly, with very cool visuals. Which
that is very important.
The actual most important part of a comic book is that it better have cool drawings in it. I cannot believe how many comic books or similar things or cartoons especially, where it might as well just be a podcast or just a regular book or whatever. There's no point in it being a draw. How many animated shows now could have just been a sitcom? I don't understand any of that.
Now I get the impression you do understand the medium is the message. Like if you have an idea and it fits a song better, you know, if you want to write you shouldn't be making a comic book. Now, if you want to make, for instance, this is a common problem that you see in video games too, right? People always cite this. Have you ever heard the phrase Ludo narrative dissonance?
I have not. I don't think so.
So, for instance, you have let's just take an example. You have a lot of criticism on the games like Last of Us or Uncharted. You've heard of these games?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, for instance, in the game Uncharted, you play a dashing, handsome hero who's like a fun guy that you need to relate with as a character, right? Now, in the story of the game, in the cutscenes of the game, he is this forgivable, goofy guy, but he's kind of like an anti-hero. But in the game, you're mass murdering hundreds and hundreds of people. Okay?
Right.
So the Ludo represents the game play, and then narrative is the narrative. There's a dissonance between the two.
Right.
Okay. So you're supposed to be this fun-loving guy who is a mass murderer. The whole plot of Last of Us 2, it's a revenge story. You're murdering in the most brutal fashion, shoving pencils down people's fucking necks, killing them, ripping their fucking voice boxes out, okay? All in the search for, and by the way, this is like, you're a lesbian too. You're playing as a lesbian with a Jewish wife, with a surrogate Chinese dad. And you're the person that you're looking for throughout the entire game is another Butch Dyke. It's just terrible crap. But there's a scene in this game. Dude, there's a fucking scene in this game where the whole post-apocalyptic murder session is broken up by you and your lesbian girlfriend breaking into a synagogue, and your Jewish lesbian girlfriend gives you a literal tour through the synagogue. Like, oh my God, this is actually very nice.
Do you have to do like cut time? Like, what do they call those quick time?
Yes, and you literally go, oh, what is this? What the heck is this? Well, that's actually the Torah. It's really amazing. It is great. That's true. This is actually the thing that happens.
I cannot believe video games exist.
But listen, I need to finish this point. Okay,
right,
so you're murdering and then murdering some more. And then when you finally get to the Butch Dyke lesbian that killed your father in the beginning of the game, the cutscene dictates for you, the killing has to stop. Like this trite, like the cycle of violence needs to end. Like you decide the person that you were wanting to kill, you leave a trail, a holocaust of murder victims behind you. And then this one, I'm supposed to now go like, okay, this is where the cycle of violence ends.
This is where the cycle of violence ends.
Yes. And it's like, the game dictates that for you, okay? So there's no multiple endings based on your in-game choices. Because what is the medium? Okay, the medium is supposed to be the message. What is the medium of video games? What makes a video game medium different from a movie or a book? It's choice. Okay?
Interactivity.
So by virtue of that, of the interactiveness of a video game, every game has to have multiple endings. Because otherwise, it's not a video game, okay? The moment-to-moment gameplay is not enough to make it unique as a medium. So you need to be able to have choices within that structure. I understand not every single choice you make it's impossible.
I would argue that almost all, and I've said this before, but almost all modern video games are not video games even.
No, they're propaganda movies.
Well, they're propaganda, but they're also, I call them simulators. You're not sitting there playing a game. You're not figuring something out. You're not choosing anything. You're not exercising your mind. You are doing a war simulator. Like even games that don't have cutscenes where you're just playing with all your friends and you're shooting at each other and murdering each other over and over and over again. That's not a game. That is a simulator. It's no different than Truck Simulator or the where you're the guys with the autistic rigs where they're in an airplane. Okay,
but you're going into a completely different sort of discussion here than what we were talking about medium as a message.
I don't think I am. I don't think I am because so I believe that a lot of people say like movies ruined video games, where what you're saying, the reason that the medium is corrupted in that instance you gave, that example, is you don't get the choice. It plays out for you instead. It became a movie at that point. You're just watching.
They should have made a movie instead, basically.
They should have made a movie instead. Now
they're embracing the medium.
Now, what do you think of this, though? So movies, in a way, especially as video games move toward the singularity of trying to graphically improve, the closer
emulate realism,
emulate real life, the closer and closer they get to doing that, which they're pretty close at this point. And the closer and closer they get to doing that, the less it is a game anymore. Either way, even if it is a game, even if it has puzzle elements and choice and all that stuff, the more it looks like reality, the more it's no longer a video game. In the same way,
you're going to have NPC rights activists,
right?
In 10 years.
In the same way that if you were to make which you could do this, and maybe it would even be an interesting experiment, But in the same way that you were to release a comic book where instead of drawing pictures, you took photos and had the people stand there as if they were the things, it's not the same thing because it can't evoke the same feeling that you're going for. Typically, when you're opening up a comic book, it can't be bombastic and explosive in those types of ways. And so in that same regard, video games have ruined every other medium to I believe, an irrevocable end. I think.
Wait. Get what? How do you get to that conclusion? One point I want to make real quick on the side is this. Yes, abstraction or like cartooning can actually be more conducive to evoking emotions, right?
Yes.
So yes, the end all be all in emulating realism, that's bad. There's room for that, but if everything moves towards that, there's basically no point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I hate video games, but I like TF2. I like Team Fortress 2. And it's very cartoony, and everybody kind of like mocks it for being cartoony, but it's like that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. It's like it's particularly good.
Think of it this way. Remember when we were watching like Toy Story 1, and
sure,
then Toy Story 2, and Toy Story 3, and everyone, the graphics are getting better and better. Now, no, that's no longer really part of the narrative when new 3D movies get released because they're already so good at releasing, at emulating reality, right? It's almost indistinguishable. But imagine you have a shot of a dripping water faucet in Toy Story, right?
Right.
There's no cartoon toy walking around.
Right.
And you can make that shot look indistinguishable with a multi-billion-dollar rendering farm company. What's the point in rendering that if I could have just pointed a camera at a faucet?
Exactly. Now, so
that's sort of the idea.
But because I hate video games in general. Like I wouldn't play them anyway. And the more realistic they become, the less and less interested I get in them. In fact, I was thinking about this when you were saying earlier, like all these different things that evoke, nostalgic things, but the thing that they're emulating is the limitations of the time, like pixel art. I do enjoy those things though, because at the very least they don't look like reality. And there are good ways of doing that and bad ways of doing it, which I won't bother getting into. But because I don't care about video games at all, I always think about I think about it from the other perspective, which is the harm video games have done to other mediums, including the medium that I play in here. But
can you explain to me? Can you go a little bit further and what exactly? Give me some examples on what specifically you mean with what harm video games have done to other mediums.
Okay, well, I mean, the easiest one would be movies and TV because it's the most similar, and it's the one that is so obvious in video games as well. What it does the other direction, but gamification of narrative, of plot, and of rules in story. We gotta get the 3 pieces of the fucking cube in order to open the door. Which MacGuffins are a thing from fiction before there were video games, but the bare nakedness of it is from these things are being written by a populace that grew up on video games and thinks that's a normal thing, and was told when we were growing up, you were told over and over again, video games are not only going to be like the main biggest medium that exists in the future. It already is. Remember, they used to say this all the time. Like, it's the #1 selling media that exists. There's nothing else like it. It's #1, and it's true art. How many times have you heard some gamer tell you that games are true art? And then, like, how many games are actually true art?
None of them.
Like, almost none.
No. Not a single one.
Zero.
No.
You don't think it's a single video game?
The medium hasn't evolved to the point where it can be that, because none of it has been embraced by that. So when people call a game art, for instance, let's say Silent Hill 2, right? That's a great story, but that story could have also been told in a movie. In the same, there's nothing that makes the video game better at telling that story, more efficient at telling that story than a mini series or a movie.
Right. Listen,
there's certain games that do interesting things. Like, for instance, there's a game called, and I've never played this, but it's called Spec Ops: The Line, And this game marketed itself as just a regular old run and gun cover shooter, right? And you're like a group of soldiers in like Iraq,
right?
And you're just playing this game as if you would play any game, mindlessly shooting everything. And then the second act, you go back to like a carpet bomb. Every game is like this thing where you're in a helicopter and you're shooting from your helicopter, blah, blah, blah. But you have to go back and you actually see the damage you did on the ground, and you see like the mangled carpet bomb, sulfur bomb corpses, and you actually have to go deal, and then the character has to go deal with the trauma of that. Now that actually does, the game made you do something unwillingly because you're so conditioned by other video games, and then it contextualizes those actions that you did.
I think that's art thing. I don't know this game, but I feel like that's probably art. Like I'm obsessed with the idea.
That is art. That is art. That does something with the medium. It utilizes the medium to evoke a specific.
But you were saying emotions. That no video games are art.
That one is. I feel
like there's enough examples to say that's not true, because like for instance, I'm obsessed with the idea of something perfectly using its medium. It's something I think about a lot. And I do feel, and as little as I play video games, I think there are examples of that even I know, like Hotline Miami and also Hotline Miami 2. Those games they could not exist outside of video games. They do harken back to pixel art kind of looking stuff. It's this old graphic stuff. But
maybe Metal Gear Solid 2.
Probably.
Solid 2
from what I've heard about, I've never played those games. From what I've heard about it, yes. And I think there are a lot of good examples. Portal. I think Portal.
Here's something interesting that's happened. Portal. Okay, look, Portal is a really great game, right?
Yeah.
Look, and I'm not saying that it's not art, but I'm just saying when it comes to utilizing the medium, let's put it like that, okay? Let's say something that utilizes the medium to its maximum effect. That happens rarely in video games, okay?
Right, yeah, it's so rare that you might as well not count it, yes.
Yeah, but that's what, if you want to elevate video games to a true art form, that needs to be happening. Every game needs to do that.
Well, I don't know if
it's not happening.
I don't know if you can expect that. I mean, how much?
Look, how much of
any art medium has almost all of it coming out as like real, true, good art? It's like none.
Embracing its medium. Plenty of paintings since fucking since the golden era of Dutch art.
For every beautiful painting, there's modern art where someone's taping a banana to a wall.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Like it's.
I understand, but I think there's way more examples of paintings embracing the medium because.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Video games
embracing the medium.
Video games
I think video games are unique in not embracing the medium. They're telling stories.
Yes.
In the same way a movie would.
Well, in that way, video games have influenced people who are making things in other mediums to make shittier and shittier things because.
So for instance, this is a way that. So for instance, you had Zelda, not the last one, but the one before that. Like that open world Zelda,
Breath of the
Wild, right? So that story or that game embraces the medium because they have so many interacting physics and stuff, right? So you can stand on a hill and then you drop a barrel and it rolls down into a fire and it explodes. It sets on fire another guy who runs into a base. And then there's an emergent story that happens in front of you because of your action, right? It's not like a cutscene or anything scripted. Like the mechanics of the game make a story unfold in front of your eyes because of your action. You're like a domino that you push the first domino, and the domino doesn't go in a straight line. It can go in branching lines depending on the engine. That's what makes a game unique. You know what I'm saying? So imagine in a few years, we're going to have AI. You're going to be able to talk to AI. But I think it's going to be ruined if we don't fix the current media landscape and get rid of all the AI, HR department, tiny hats and lesbians.
Yeah.
We could have an amazing fucking gaming sphere. But we're going to have NPC rights activists. There's going to be, because imagine this. Imagine you have an NPC in GTA 7 who can literally talk to you. Imagine this. You go to a stripper in the strip club and she's actually like crying about her child at home and she's a single parent. And you can actually, in your microphone, go, oh my God, baby, I can save you. And she actually really, and then you can stab her to death in your car. Like, dude, this is gonna get nuts. Okay?
I would say that even
this is an ethical questions are gonna have to be asked about this. The government is gonna get involved. Like, this is gonna get
even
crazy.
if you were to remove wokeification, even if you could slow the march of AI, and even if you could focus people in on using the medium, I think video games will continue getting worse and worse and worse no matter what. There's no saving it simply because each future generation working on this problem will have been influenced by the last, and it's they're in their mind what a video game is different. Most people's idea of what a video game is you go on the internet and shoot your friends. Like, that's a video game to the like your by the way your average gamer is a black guy pretending to play basketball. Like, that's video game.
I understand. But it takes one visionaire to create a game, and that's so good. But look, it cannot.
And then he gets kicked off of that video game, and then the industry goes back to exactly the way it was before.
Yes, you're true. That's true. Yeah, it's cyclical.
Yeah,
that's it. In the Butch Killigan universe, by the way, everybody's wearing goggles, right? They're all sitting in their containment unit at home. And they all play the same video game. They earn a cryptocurrency within the video game. Instead of like getting points that are meaningless in modern video games, they're mining cryptocurrency, and it's just enough to keep their own lights on, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So basically everybody's job is to sit at home being fat and consuming this garbage and to keep the lights on.
That's what we're doing right now, by the way. Thank you to the audience who is actually currently living in the Butch Killigan universe, which, by the way, we are doing a big Butch Killigan 10-book giveaway. 10 lucky people will be winning a free copy signed and sent by Sven himself.
Yes, they're buried somewhere in the Caribbean. You're going to get the geotag location.
It just happens to be St. James, Little St. James Island. Which a lot of people call that the original pedophile island, but you're wrong. That's Japan. So, oy vey, the future is bright. Freddy Got Fingered is art. Freddy Got Fingered is art, I would say.
Freddy Got Fingered is art.
Yeah.
That's art. That's like a defiant director's vision.
And about a cartoonist.
I saw myself in that.
By the way, real quick, I just want to point out Art Bell, who is in the chat room, just doing his own, writing his diary in there. That's, if you haven't figured it out yet, that's Comedy Shaman on an alt account. Okay, anyway, so what were we talking about? Why did we get on that? Well, either way, ladies and gentlemen, Win by 2 radio.
Yeah, I guess that's that.
Huh?
What a great coverage.
Check this out. Look at this.
Effectively done in this business. On the podcast, catching people like Doug TenNapel.
So I'm a dumb cop.
I'm hoping John DiCaprio is.
Ooh, the film leader. The countdown film leader. That's always good.
Take your fucking bra off, Barry!
Like, let me guess, because he attacked.
Didn't even get to 2. How do you not do it right? How did he not? He cut it off in 3. It's never been tried before. You're supposed to stop it at 2. He got the 3.
Yes.
Everyone,
I'm going to be yelling at him the whole time.
What? What does this have to do with? Why are we doing? It's like, what stock images do we have? What's free? What do I have free from story blocks this week? Fuck me, dude.
Okay, well, Jesse, can I be honest here for a second, right? This is like you and me. We grab a literal mongoloid, okay? We put him in front of a piano, and then every time he goes off key, we start giggling and laughing at him. Like, what do you expect?
Hey, Sven.
Like, this is a mongol.
Welcome to PODAWFUL. That's what we do. That's kind of all this is, man.
I thought PODAWFUL was a discussion about art.
Yeah, well, it is this time. I think that's why everybody tuned out.
Your show sucks.
now, so you sat through all of that ear bleeding nonsense. That's the red light of ears, by the way. Everything we just listened to. And now you get to sit through a 58-second countdown for some reason. By the way, AI art cityscape here. Very beautiful cyberpunk. Look at that podcast. Look how fucking stupid this word looks.
It's really bad.
All right, I'm gonna skip this part now, but we gotta watch the.
Yeah, I want to see the content. I want to see what this guy.
I have to show you just this part right here. Okay.
This is some prefab.
So now it's loading.
Plug in.
Yes, exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to what I call a plug-in theme podcast. Okay, this is a guy downloaded a pre-made theme or plugin. And he literally just plugs in his title, his font into it, and that's it. And you can see it's not even sitting properly inside this loading screen. And by the way, they all do this. People that I don't even hate, like Patrick Melton, his entire intro is one of these stupid plugins, pre-made sort of things. But this guy in the paint, what's his name? Win by 2. Win by Blade, who reminds me of somebody. I can't put my finger on it. He reminds me of somebody.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's something strange going on there.
Maybe
but
at some point we'll figure it out.
We'll try. But the thing with him is he does all of them. Like most guys, they download one of these plugins, maybe 2. They use it here and there. He's doing all of them. He's trying everything. What do you got? What's free on Envato Elements this week?
Oh shit, I recognize that one too, that little anime.
Yeah. You are watching In the Paint podcast with, look at these different fonts.
Now listen, I'm a filthy degenerate European. Is In the Paint, is it some kind of a...
That's like black people talk for being good at basketball because the court where you're near the basket has paint on it.
Oh, you're like... I see.
It's painted areas of the court.
See, I'm glad I asked. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't watch basketball.
So
we have black people in Europe.
So his name is John DiCaprio, aka Blade, and he had a nice little intro here for his name where he does the typewriter effect, which is very cool. With when you've got cyberscape, cyberpunk, neo future kind of shit, and then an old timey typewriter does the worst font ever with a black outline around. And by the way, if he's not watching this right now, he's going to see all of this. All of this will be different next week. I guarantee it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to sit through 3 hours of Ren and Stimpy.
Well, I didn't want to make it easy for him to get good ideas, So now, okay. Yeah, he's doing some big boy drinks, man. He knows. He knows how to put them back for sure. That's
listen, I'm having second thoughts about this coverage.
I think this guy might show up. He's got the sunglasses. So why have the did you know I invented sunglasses on podcasts, by the way? I was the first guy.
You did that? That's so cool. You invented so many things.
That was me. Seasons and sunglasses.
Wow,
I was like the first guy to do both of those. But
that's really cool.
So what is the point of a black and white flashback to his old set here? I don't really understand why we're looking at this. Oh, but it's glitching. Oh man, this guy's unstable. You don't know what he might be thinking. Anything could happen on a show like this. It's like,
yeah, this is nuts.
It's like Ethan Klein.
He's drinking some red wine or something.
That's actually he stole that from a New Year's Eve party. It was like sparkling apple cider.
It's just he got that as a complimentary little thing when he orders some Greek food or something.
Yeah. Now enjoy the show, everybody. It's fucking like off center. Why is it off center? Oh my God. So he does the disclaimer ahead of the show here, which look, I have a disclaimer. I play at the top of the show. You saw it. Some shows also do disclaimers after the fact. And I don't know if I've ever seen less effort put into putting a disclaimer. Like literally you could just download the picture of the disclaimer from, before an old VHS movie and it would look better than like 1,000 times better than this. But this is what he could come up. He literally just copied and pasted this out of some other YouTuber's description.
Yeah.
The eyeball close transition. What was the point of that?
Premiere.
Now, this is my favorite part, Sven. Okay, watch this.
Are we finally going to see this guy talk?
No. So that's a little bit more intro. I gotta say.
God, dude.
So we're looking at a nice cyberpunk Blade Runner cityscape here across the water. Very Mersh style ROTC visuals going on. Watch this. It's like slowly zooming in on the city. Did you see it?
No, what was that?
Watch again.
I blinked. I didn't see it. What?
It's hard.
It's looping.
It's hard looping. It's zooming in on the city and then looping back to the beginning where it pops all the way back out again. Watch. Just a quick hard loop. Yeah. I guess we're going back. I guess. Hey, row the boat backwards real quick. So we left something back on shore.
Yeah, he couldn't figure that out. He could have at least put like a little glitch overlay.
Something. There's so many ways to. By the way, how about just zoom in? Like when you loop it, zoom in the footage to match, and then do it again. Blow it up a little bigger. There's so many ways to hide that.
Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first time in 2024, welcome back.
Guy.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Wait, guys, is there some Sven cells in the chat? Can we get a physiognomy check on this guy?
Yeah. Oh my God. I need to show you an old video of this dude. I went back to his like
physiognomy check.
Of course, you're going to check out what type of fella he is by his looks, his head. You're going to do some phrenology on him.
Triangulate. There's some triangulation going on.
Get out the calipers and figure out the size of his brow. I would love to. I'd love to put my hand up under his trapdoor of hair there and see what's going on. I went to an old episode, like one of his first ones on his channel earlier, and I'm not kidding. He had you got to see this haircut. It's like an Amish guy. It's like an Amish guy bowl cut where he just cut. The only reason he cut it was because he couldn't see no more. You know what I mean? There's no style to it.
Yeah, like a bowl.
I mean, worse than a bowl cut. You got to see it.
Listen, can we just get? I want to see what he says. I want to get like a taste of the type of guy.
Let's just roll it. Let's roll it into where he's really doing content. He's showing something. All right, take a look at this. Here you go.
No, wait. I kind of want to see the intro, though. I want to see the intro. Like, how does he get? What does he do off? Like, what? How does he get into it? You know
Christ! Now I got to go all the way back.
Please. Just let me. I want to see like what does he do and pull it up a little bit.
He does this.
Yeah. For the first time
let me hear.
In 2024, welcome back. Holy shit. We're back. Just like that. 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Came and went. I'm very excited for today's show.
Huh?
He did this.
Yeah, he's doing a little booyakasha.
Look, he clapped, but he did do a little snap, like kind of switching it up. I haven't seen a guy do a little snap with the
That's original.
You guys are awesome in the chat already. I didn't even have to beg yet. I'm getting super chats and fucking memberships. This is fucking phenomenal. Why did I ever take 6 weeks off? Now we're gonna get to begging in a little bit because I missed out. I missed out, quite frankly, on 6 weeks. Every time I turned on YouTube.
See, I want to move it past this because he's got that.
Yeah. Okay. Good. No, I got the vibe. I got it.
He's got that background mute, that bed playing, and I think it changes him as a guy while the bed's playing. Like I'm noticing his voice sounds different there. Let me just roll it to here.
We're gonna go to camera 2 for the first time, so hopefully everyone is ready for the second shot here. So let's bring this over onto the big screen. And guys in the back, for the first time this year, let's go to camera 2.
What moves a guy to try this? You know what I'm saying? This far in the game. This far ahead in the internet game.
I gotta clear my throat. Phil
okay,
Elmore
well,
here
look, it's sort of like a flipped perspective here, but it's kind of like bringing kind of a memory back.
I know. So, do you ever feel like you have PTSD or something?
I don't know what it's about, but
it's something very strange happening here.
Going to fart. And we're going to be getting into someone else who likes to let him rip on screen. I'm going to save that person.
He's going to do cake farts?
But just read the description. You'll know who I'm talking about. Phil Elmore, this is hashtag Fartgate, presented to us by Misery Loves Clips, which shout out to Misery Loves
by Misery Loves Clips. Now, Sven, let me ask you a question. You know when they say like about when people are voting for the president of the United States, they're like, oh, this is a guy I could have a beer with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you feel like John DiCaprio here, this Blade, you ever feel like you could be like pals with him, like buddies, like hang out with him for a few years or anything?
Not, you know what? This kind of. And now, granted, I don't know much about the guy, but this seems like it reeks of desperation. You know what I'm saying?
In what way?
It's not really a very original concept.
What, looking at a TV and saying stuff? I mean, I'm doing that right now. What are you trying?
What is he? Is his whole thing? Is he? I'm just guessing. Is it like the comedy scene more that he's like riffing on, or what is this? What is more of his deal?
Now I'll tell you this. Are you familiar with a guy named Patrick Melton at all? Nobody likes onions.
I've heard of the guy.
Okay, so he's got this podcast where he kind of covers like the dabble verse and the hack verse, and so this, I think, part of what I'm picking up here from this In the Paint fella is that he actually covers all the exact same stuff as Patrick Melton. But the thing, I'm not kidding, but the thing he does different, and this is where it's interesting. Here's what he does different than anybody else. He also covers Patrick Melton.
Yo.
So,
okay.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like a different.
I would like to see a Patrick Melton coverage. What is his take on Patrick Melton?
Well, we could maybe see. I mean, there might be something in here.
Look, I didn't like honestly.
Here he is doing Mersh.
Like,
he does Mersh.
Can we break character for a second?
You can do whatever you, Sven. Hey,
so
it's up to you what you do here. Okay, it's not.
Listen, dude. So, I understand. Like your bread and butter is nut job psychopaths. Okay. I'm honestly not aware of any of this stuff. Like, is this you will be able to better tell me how much this guy is part of the vernacular of like the weird subsphere that we're in here, the sector. I'm willing to guess this guy's not really made that much of a fucking influence at all.
You know
but
what?
Just the fact that this exists, that there's like copycat guys copycatting a copycat of a copy of a copy of a copycat of a copycat. That's such mentally ill, psychopathic, crazy shit.
All right, look, let me show you something. So
I don't like Comedy Shaman.
Well, Comedy Shaman.
Nobody.
That's totally
Comedy
different.
Shaman is like a completely different tier.
That's
like trailer park
so
trash, psycho, tarot card reading meth head.
Something you don't know about Comedy Shaman that actually makes him wildly different is like, as much as you can say anybody's a copy of this or a copy of that, Comedy Shaman, literally he has never done one original thing. Every single thing, he is just directly doing bits from Opie and Anthony, Howard Stern, Kino Casino, by the way. He just rips them all. He says felted. Like, well, you don't get to say felted as not the Kino. They say that because they're in a casino, but he just takes all of these things. As far as Blade goes, well, number one, here he is covering Mersh, sort of kind of my guy, really. Like pretty much my top goon. I don't think he's made much of a splash. But he does have people. I mean, there are people watching, and the fascinating thing.
How many people are watching this? How many people?
Let's see here.
What numbers are we talking? And again, numbers aren't really a thing, to be honest. If he has like a big dedicated, look, there's some chat.
He's got 2.3 thousand views on this. This is from 9 months ago.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's way better than it should be, for sure.
That's pretty good.
The fascinating thing about this guy.
This was going to be like 2.
No, it's way too many. The fascinating thing about him is that so anything you and I might be picking up on here, we're trying to figure out where we've seen this before. But
yeah, I don't know, but
whatever that is, his audience doesn't know about it. Imagine that.
What the fuck?
They have no. I showed up in his chat room a few months back for the first time. I had no clue who he was. Had never seen it before. I'd heard rumblings inside this realm, but I had never seen a hide nor hair of this guy. Now, what I didn't know is, and I'm just learning this, he had seen PODAWFUL. Oh, he'd seen a lot of PODAWFUL. And I show up in the chat, and he's like, oh, Jesse. Okay, Jesse from PODAWFUL is here. You know, he's doing a lot of this. And I start saying some stuff in there. I'm having some feelings about what I'm looking at, what I'm hearing. And again, one of these things is he's doing Patrick Melton's content. Whatever you think about Patrick Melton, he's doing it. And just also...
That's just fucking bizarre to me. Now, again, I haven't watched Patrick Melton's content since 2017.
Patrick Melton,
I don't know what he's doing right now.
Sven, Patrick Melton is huge. Did you know that? He's like, in this world, he's one of the biggest.
Shut the fuck up.
He's famous. Dude, he's famous. Patrick Melton is...
Popped?
He popped.
Finally made it?
He popped. Yeah. I mean, in this kind of world, like, he's up there.
Wait, how funny would it be if I went on Patrick Melton's podcast?
Because you made Patrick Melton leave the internet for years. I mean, you almost single-handedly did. I feel it's partially responsible as well, actually.
Come on, that guy is just a cutie patootie.
I like Patrick. I don't give a shit what anyone says.
I wouldn't say I like him, but
I watched Nobody Likes Onions back in 2009. You know, like I watched him before I watched any other online streamer. But all right, so Patrick Melton is big in this world, and every single thing this guy covers is something Patrick covers. It's bizarre. It's very strange, but there's something else going on here, and I'm trying to pinpoint exactly what it is. Of course, he's covering Mercy. You said you wanted to see him cover Patrick. I'm trying to see.
See if you got that. Yeah.
There's a little. Here's a little bit of Patrick. Here's a little something.
Okay. I want to hear what he has to say about my boy Patrick.
All right.
Red Honda in there yesterday. I'm gonna call when I see Melton. I'm gonna. No, you're not.
So you're saying Patrick Melton is like big now?
Patrick, look at all these names he's got on his board here behind him. Those are all people donating to him, and he. Do you know that he runs?
Good for Patrick.
He runs a very successful new You know that Stream Elements thing you were talking to me about before the show? He has now built his own thing like that where you can program in AI voices where when people super chat, they can make Mersh do a super chat for you or Steel Toe. Patrick's up there, man. He's killing it.
He's killing it. I didn't know.
He's killing it. He's killing it. He's the number one. Patrick. He's the number one Steel Toe guy. Like he is to Steel Toe what I am to Mersh.
Damn, dude. I had no
I'm gonna start a fight. I'm gonna walk right up to Melton and start.
No, you're not. I'm really sick of it.
You're right. No,
And then I say that on a show. I tell everybody he has fantasies about starting fights with me. And
Look, so I made a clip on Twitter, and this is how fucking upset he gets. He's like going off on this rant about how much I was wrong, but it's like, again, I just proved you
happening
wrong.
here.
And then I say that on a show. I tell everybody he has fantasies about starting fights with me, and they're like, he's in the chat going, no, I didn't.
This is going to become like some bottom-feeding style. Like, I'm starting to see like a mandala, you know, like a kaleidoscope, but it's all guys.
It's a Mandelbrot test.
Yeah, a Mandelbrot. That's an infinite zoom of new guys looking at a screen, reacting to Patrick Melton, and then the guys reacting to that. It's honestly anxiety-inducing. It's a Mandelbrot infinite zoom out.
It's
of a gazillion little new spores that sprout new little guys.
It's slop tint all the way down, and here we are doing it. This is what the people want, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing.
We're fucking doing it. Now, all right. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
I'm getting sick.
We spoke a lot about, inspiration, and yeah, you were influenced by John Kay, and people would say, "Oh, you do this John Kay style drawing," and I said I think you've evolved beyond that and stuff. What do you think about a guy where, like, isn't it possible? Isn't it like anybody that this guy might remind you of? Isn't it possible that he just had the same influences as that guy? You know what I mean?
Do you just think they arrived at the same point? Look, it's very much possible.
It's possible, right? It seems
a little
odd.
View into an alternate reality where a different guy got to that point. Look, sure. Who cares? Sure, I'm willing to grant that.
I mean, all right, look. It seems odd that in 2024 you could arrive to the same without the direct. But let's say, he and whoever it is that he seems like years and years and years ago arrived to a similar conclusion. It'd be like, okay, well, maybe they had like a similar sort of upbringing, or
I don't even think it's is the point of analysis here to figure out who got where at what point, or who is ripping off who?
No, God, no.
Or should it be about like what the quality of content of this is, and what this is doing to our? You said video games is destroying our society. I think this is destroying our society.
Well, this is
the
YouTube.
Mandelbrot of reaction guys. That's not good.
Well, like I said, video games ruined everything. YouTube reaction. Where was that born from? Let's plays, video games.
Sure.
Video games, baby.
That is true.
That's what all this shit comes back. Now, not where I arrived at this in a different fashion. I'm just ripping off MST3K. Duh. Look at this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was talking about that on Josh's stream. I said there's two types of like old school internet guys like this, like you.
Yeah.
There's the guys that either got influenced by Mystery Science Theater, and we talked about that for a little bit. And then there's the school of thought of Ralph, who got influenced by WWE.
Ah!
You know what I'm saying? But that is the case.
You're right. Yes, 100% wrestling, man.
That is the case.
I think there's a third type of guy, but there's a huge overlap. The Venn diagram between the third type of guy and the WWE type of guy is, so close to just being one circle. But it is also Opie and Anthony, guys.
Opie and Anthony, of course.
And I'm not wrestling, and I'm not Opie and Anthony. I'm over here with the puppets. Okay, so
listen. Here's the thing, dude. Like, I understand you've been accused of plagiarism plenty of times. I think you need to shed that. No reason to try to cover yourself or prove otherwise. Just do your own thing.
Oh.
I think at this point, when you see this many little sprout offs, these new little spores sprouting up, you're an OG, nigga. Like, you're an OG, my nigga.
Well, it's hard. The tough thing for me is I've been around for 15 years. I was doing comedy before that, but I've been around for 15 years doing the podcast, but nobody knows that because I keep getting kicked off the internet. There's no proof of that. You have to take me at my word on that. It makes things a little tougher.
Who gives a fuck? Why do you feel the need to prove yourself to anyone? Like, who gives a fucking shit?
Oh, I don't feel like I have to prove. I like to. I don't feel like I have to. I enjoy it.
All right.
Makes me laugh. Now you wanted to see a little Patrick Melton, him talk about Patrick Melton. What about a little Patrick Melton talking about him? Because I'm actually, you know, Sven, I'm not that worried about proving myself, because what is truly the proof that you are one of the OGs? It's when you start inspiring other things, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I figured out what this dude is reminding us of so much.
I don't know yet. I'm not convinced. There's something's jingling in the back of my brain. But
it's like it's an
maybe part of
echo.
me tries to forget or something.
I think I've got it nailed down. All right. And you know what's funny is I think Patrick Melton figured it out before either of us.
No.
Oh yeah. Let's take a look at this. Check this out. This is Patrick watching. In fact, let me move you here. This is Patrick Melton watching Blade.
Doesn't mean I can give permission to clip her show.
Hold on. Is he on a spaceship? And there's a war going on outside? What the fuck, dude? Right behind you. There's a ship. Shooting lasers. What's going on?
Patrick's kind of funny, Sven. Are you scared?
I'm scared. Why would I be scared?
He's taking over. I don't know, man. He's taking over. Patrick's kind of got this nailed.
Really? I can't believe that.
Watch this.
Do you have his contact? I will be, because Osrical guys in the chat are saying Sven needs to be an NLO. I would do it.
You know what? Join his Discord. You should join his Discord.
I'm not going to join shit. He can contact me. I'm not ever going to ask anything. Other people have to do that.
Well, you asked me, so.
No, I didn't. You asked me.
Not true.
You said, Sven, please come on my
Don't make me open the DMs.
I forgot who asked who, but. No, it wasn't. Somebody tweeted at you. You should have Sven on. I said, yeah, sure. You son of a bitch.
That is
now
not.
Remember.
I will. I
shit.
swear to fucking God, Sven.
You son of a bitch. Somebody tweeted at you, hey, you should have Sven on. I'm like, hey, let's do it.
I will open the DMs right the fuck now. Because you know who tweeted that? You know who tweeted that? You did.
No, yeah, I said, yeah, I'll be on if you retweet my thing.
No. Oh my God, Sven.
Listen. If you want to go do this, it's mega gay.
Are you embarrassed of me, your best friend, bringing you on the show? Is that what's happening?
But listen, if you really want to go do this type of thing, it's mega gay. But the truth of the matter is, somebody tweeted at you, hey, you should have Sven on. And then I said, yeah, I'll be on any day. And I said, crazy. Or is it somebody else maybe?
This is not what, I promise you, that's not what happened. This is crazy that you're doing
then
this.
I begged him to be on.
I don't want to embarrass you. Sven, as your friend, I don't want to embarrass you. Please just stop. Because I don't want this to be a big falling out and make you go sleep in a hotel and then you start spreading rumors about me or something. Like, let's just be cool about it.
I would never do anything like that. I've never done anything like that.
All right, because I swear to God, you made a joke on one of my tweets and I misunderstood it. And,
yes, that's what I'm saying.
And then you said, no, I'm saying you should have me on your show. That's what happened.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
There's not a third party involved in this. Okay.
No, yes. Okay, whatever, dude. Okay, let's keep going.
Why are you so upset about the idea of asking me to be on the show?
I'm not upset. I'm upset about when the truth that's properly represented.
Do you want me to read the DMs?
Yeah, go on.
All right. The first DM about any of this, because the last time we spoke was June 13th, and then this is
extremely gay.
I told you I don't want to, and then I said, "Do you want me to do it?"
Look, here's the thing with you.
I'm going to say you're right.
You're obsessed with getting credit for your thing.
You're right.
You always want to be recognized for your thing. I'm on my best behavior here. I'm giving you compliments.
I'm giving you the credit.
You always want to get credit. I'm like, yeah,
you want to act like you're above Patrick Melton. You're above PODAWFUL. You don't need to ask anybody. That's what you're about.
Not above
I'm giving you the credit. I don't need any credit here.
I just want the truth to be properly represented.
Okay, so I'm not going to embarrass you, but the truth is the truth, and people.
There's nothing to do with the truth. Listen, I've been here on my best behavior.
Why would you be? Why would I even assume anything beyond that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't assume that.
I guess we're good then, huh?
I was good the whole time.
All right, me
and
too.
then you started acting out of turn here, and I think
Hey, listen, you want no, I didn't act out of fucking turn.
I think you're getting PTSD from watching.
You want me to act out of turn?
I think you're getting a little PTSD from watching this guy, this Blade guy.
You want me to get? That might be the case.
And you're having some feelings.
Your theory is sound.
I'm with you. I'm your friend. I'm with you. I've been with you this whole time. I love you. Okay, actually.
Good. All right, good. That's good. That's a good thing to. Look, listen. I'm just saying it's good to hear that out of your mouth once in a while. You know.
All right, but
you just assume. You just think I need to assume that.
All right, but you didn't say it. You didn't say it back. So.
Okay, listen. Okay, dude. I love you.
And.
But did you say you love me? By the way,
yeah, I did. I said it a minute ago. That's what led to you.
I think you said you liked me, and then I actually went above and beyond and said I love you.
Dude, I would fuck you. I would straight up.
That's too much.
That's
too much. Now you're going
adult party cartoon style. I would go.
We're not gonna go there. No, that's too much. Okay, press play, please. That's too much.
Press play on what? You're a guy.
Press play on the video of Patrick Melton.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about it. I was sorry, but I got so in my feelings.
Yeah, let's continue, please.
I mean, I was up in. Okay. Have I made this awkward, or is this me?
Listen, it's fine. We figured it all out. Right? I think we did.
I mean, we
squashed the beef.
I want to believe that, but it's kind of.
You don't feel that? What do you need to hear, dude? Just listen. A relationship only thrives.
All right, I'll do it. I'm going to read the DM. I'm going to read the DM. I'm going to read the DM. You said
you have to read the DM.
You said, and it says here, October 12th. You said, Jesse, I love you. You know I always have. If you want me to be your bottom, I'm your bottom bitch. I'm currently experiencing diarrhea. We're going to have to give it a few days.
This is embarrassing for me.
Okay.
People are saying they feel the tensity.
Mm-hmm. All right, check this out. Look, Patrick Melton, one of our favorite podcasters. Play.
Okay, let's see what he has to say.
He's just acting normal. Fuck, dude. Hello? Dude, they're shooting each other right outside your window from your spaceship. You're in a spaceship, and there's the same war repeating itself outside the windows every 3 seconds. Dude.
The loop, the hard loop.
Get out of there. Where's warp drive? All thrusters.
You know what? Patrick Melton is back in his element. He found his groove again.
He's fucking back, baby.
This nigga found his goddamn groove again.
This guy's got it.
He's back, dude. Patrick Melton's back.
But in another way, has he ever left? Oh yeah, I covered him last week actually a little bit.
Oh really? Oh my god.
A little bit. I'm not trying
I have not heard of Patrick Melton since when would that have been? When's the last time I was on? Like 2020?
Something. Yeah, 2020 sounds right. Yeah.
I haven't heard of him since then.
Yeah, 4 years. Well,
you would have thought it hurt.
It would have come up.
The grapevine.
I only covered him on the last episode because, he's so entwined in other things I talk about, and he recently had this very controversial video where he said that child porn should be allowed, and it was like making the rounds. So.
No.
Yeah.
He really did that?
Oh yeah. AI child porn. AI child porn. He called it ethical child porn, I think is the quote. And I agree with him. So.
You do?
I don't know.
Permission.
No, wait, let's go. I'd like to hear that. You think child porn should be allowed?
No, of course not. No, because then you would have to.
No, but then we having a serious discussion. Did he actually say?
He was doing a trolley. He was on like he was on a not a show. He was on just a regular. He was like streaming himself on his phone, and he was having a thought experience. This is like the 5th time I've explained this on the show. And he was
in the middle of getting caught by like a pedo hunter.
Yeah, Alex Rosen showed up and he's like, I'm doing a thought experiment. And no, he said it was a thought experiment. And then all the chat started turning on him, and he's like, whoa, you guys are so upset about, I mean, come on. You know, he was doing a lot of that. And then, but there's a lot of merit to what he was saying, except for the part where they have to train AI on millions and millions of actual child porn in order for that to be a thing. And then that's where I draw the line.
It's about good, but then what's your position then?
My position is don't fuck kids.
Yes, but we're talking about legalization of child porn, right? You're pro child porn. Listen, I'm not trying to bait you. Listen, I'm not trying to bait you. I'm just asking you.
No. If you make it legal, it's not fun anymore. No, of course. I mean, what kind of fucking question? Yeah, I'm into it.
No, you brought it up. Listen, I don't want to make this into a goofy little thing.
I brought up Patrick bringing it up. I'm not.
Yes, but you said you agreed with him. I'm literally just, again, remember we had normal discussions and previously? What does that mean? What do you, because it is an interesting topic it comes to AI.
It means that I was joking. I don't obviously agree with that. He said one of the dumbest things you could possibly say on a stream. And then as a joke.
What did he say though?
He said that as a thought experiment, he thinks it's a good idea to allow pedophiles to watch AI child porn. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
Yes.
Okay. And then he didn't think that actually does require the suffering and rape of little children.
I haven't seen it because of course they clip it right there. I haven't seen this, but I was informed after the fact that apparently as the stream continued, he realized they would have to train the AI on real stuff and that thus.
And what's the part that you said you agree with him with?
I don't actually. It's a Sven.
No, I'm not trying to. Listen, I'm honestly not trying to bait you or anything. But I thought you said that. I think you said he made a theory about child porn, which I kind of agree with. And I'm just asking you, what's the part?
I was just.
That's a joke.
It's a
all
joke.
Right, then, that's a joke.
It's a joke.
Okay, all right. Because that would be an interesting topic of debate. Because I am obviously vehemently opposed to any of that. So I was interested, like, how could you defend that?
Well, bring the man an award. I mean,
there's no award. There's a bullet. There's a bullet for those types of people.
I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. Obviously, we're all on the same page when it comes to this.
I hope so. I hope we're on the same. We better be on the same page when it comes to that.
Sven. What do you mean? Well, what do you think I really believe?
I'm not thinking anything. You said I agree with a thing. I'm just asking you, what is that thing then? And then you say, no, it was just a joke.
That's the thing I agree with is ethics in pornography. I think all pornography should be ethical.
I think pornography should be illegal.
If that's the most ethical version of it, then so be it.
No, that's a cop out. That's not. You're not defending your position.
Well, I'm a free speech absolutist. So
yeah, but do you think porn is free speech? Constitutes free speech?
It's free expression.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with expression.
Of course it. Well, is drawing a
form.
Is drawing a picture free expression or no?
If you're drawing a picture of a little kid getting fucked,
I don't think you should do that. But do you draw naked ladies' pussies and titties?
Not really.
You don't do any natural illustrations?
No.
You don't ever draw like a guy?
No, I don't.
Getting rock hard?
No, I don't. I don't draw any of that stuff. And I
think
porn is unethical. I think it enables human trafficking, and a large portion of porno is a result of that. And then, of course, it's run by a certain subset of people that view the people that are getting fucked on camera as animals.
And
I think even if it's when it's adults, I think it's unethical. So that's what I think.
You ever just meet some dumb lady off the internet and jizz on the top of her head and film it with your iPhone while you're doing it?
Look, here's the thing. We talk about like getting influenced by other shows. Like, I don't think that's in your heart. You don't need to have that opinion, you know, because other radio shows are like degenerate. You can have a hard stance against degeneracy.
Radio show. Okay, what year is it?
Okay, well, you kind of pick one little word from my little sentence there to have a problem.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a comedy program. I'm just saying things.
Yes, I understand. But you brought up Patrick Melton's stance on pedophilia, and you said you agreed with some of his points.
Yes, he said something as a thought experiment, thinking it would be funny.
That's what they all say. It's
the whole audience hated it, and as a joke just now, I took the stance of the thing that you should never do, and then you got angry at it. You're the
I'm
audience.
not angry.
Well,
I'm not angry at all.
You're a little upset.
I'm calm as a little,
radio shows.
Cucumber.
I don't know, man.
All right. I guess things got a little awkward when we started talking about you were liking child porn.
Can I be honest? I was against us talking about child porn, and then you kept pushing the issue.
No, I wasn't. I didn't even say the word.
I kept saying it's nothing. It was just a stupid clip. He didn't even mean it. And then you're like, tell me more.
Listen, I'm willing to move on from this and just let bygones be bygones and press play on the clip.
I tried to do that, and you're like, hang on a second. I need to know more about this CP deal.
No, I said multiple times. Let's just press play then. It's fine.
All right, well, let's press play. So Patrick has noticed in the background here.
So Patrick Melton is a pedophile.
Okay. I'm not saying the whole internet is saying that. I want to be clear.
Right,
I think
I'm part of it. I'm also saying that right now.
I think you should be allowed to joke about anything. Sorry.
Sure, yeah.
I think there's no line when it comes to jokes whatsoever.
Sure.
Whatsoever. That's my stance, and I support Patrick in his thought experiment.
All right, that's cool.
In his ability to have the thought experiment. I don't agree with the thought experiment. Okay?
Right.
You know?
Listen, just press play, dude. Let's just move on from this.
You're the one. You brought it back. I started to.
What the fuck, dude?
Okay.
Press play.
All right. So
Patrick Melton is a pedophile. Press play.
Okay, hang on. He's not a pedophile that we know
He's
of.
not a pedophile.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Probably not. What kid could he even trick? What, they think he's Shrek? They want to go to his swamp and hang out? Maybe do a donkey ride? Come on. So there's no possible.
I know how that stuff works.
I don't know how it works either.
You don't?
Sven, you got to stop implying and
what do you
insinuating.
mean?
There's a.
Get him press play on the video. I've told you to press play.
There's a scary undercurrent going on here where you keep assuming.
I mean, just press play on the video.
Can I be honest? Can I be honest about something here? You know what you're doing is you're being very. This is a Talmudic trick that you're up to right now.
Excuse me? No, child pedophilia is Talmudic. I'm against it.
Same.
You seem to be propagating it.
No. Hang on. I'm propagating it?
Yes, you seem to be like going,
I want to press play on the video. Every time I go, okay, so Patrick, no, you go, Patrick.
Don't accuse me of being Talmudic for being against pedophilia. That's their whole thing.
No, it's for
That's what it says in the Talmud.
It's for painting a nice goy like me as a P word.
I'm not painting anything. I'm just asking questions.
Okay, just asking questions. Well, now we're into a whole. Let's just press play on the thing.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying the whole time. Just press play.
All right, so Patrick has noticed that
is a pedophile.
So
it's ridiculous. Okay, just press play.
Okay, I'll press play. So Patrick has noticed in the background of Blade's podcast here that he's on a spaceship.
Fuck out of here! What? You're in a spaceship, and there's the same war repeating itself outside the windows every 3 seconds. Dude, get out of there. Where's warp drive? All thrusters go.
So before you said you thought Patrick was really funny in this clip, is he so funny to you now that you know you're supporting a pedophile? You thought he was like the funniest guy.
It's not so much. That's, to me, it's like it just got this whole new dark undertone, honestly, to where it's like not that funny to me anymore.
Okay, because like a minute ago you're like, he's the funniest guy. Wow, he's really making it. Wow, I used to listen to him all the time back in 2020.
I'm not sure about all that, but
well,
you know.
Captain, permission to get the fuck out of here. What's going on? Pew pew pew, pew pew pew. Are you guys?
You know
winning?
what? Melton still fucking sucks.
Hey,
Melton
all right,
sucks.
hang on. Let him cook.
Okay, let him cook a little bit.
Send reinforcements. Send reinforcements. Pew 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 pew. Pretty cool.
That's his catchphrase now, by the way. Saying
his catchphrase is pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. He said, I don't know what it means or where it comes from, but apparently he says that a lot.
Damn, dude. As far as catchphrases goes, that's pretty
cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Imagine.
Right.
Okay. Come on. Fuck. I just saw it though, and I'm like, we're supposed to be. But it's just on a loop. It's just on the shittiest loop ever.
Like coward.
All right. So now, obviously, here's the thing that's happening is Patrick and I, we don't have any sort of beef or nothing. And I think Patrick likes Pod Awful a little bit. You know, he started watching Pod Awful. He said that he started covering Mersh because he started watching Pod Awful. So he's like a big fan of Pod Awful, I guess. And he's now realized in his head, he's doing a little bit of math here as a fan of the show. He's realizing, I'm kind of shit talking a guy on a space station. That's sort of Pod Awful's thing when it comes to these podcasts. So watch this. He sort of backtracks here a little bit.
Like me, and I didn't give it to him. But when I'm thinking about it, I'm like, that's weird.
So the clips that he asked about Chrissy, were you in the clips or did it have anything to do with you? Okay. So was it your show or? Oh, Simpcast.
It was a Simpcast.
Gotcha.
So that's Chrissy's show, not mine.
Right.
You know,
right.
I was a guest, or like I am every week, but that doesn't mean I can give permission to clip her show. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword.
He's waiting for the loop.
I'm always
he's waiting for the loop to come back there.
It fades.
He loves that loop.
Thing starts over again. He can only afford 10 seconds of the render. So it just starts over again, and the space war continues, and nobody ever gets the rights to the minerals on Clicaryon 7.
Okay, a little bit, right? Okay.
That's kind of cute. That's not bad.
That was all right. I laughed at that one too.
When will the war end? When will the war end? And what a pro broadcaster to just carry on, to just keep the show going while a cool space war goes on right outside his own pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Imagine how gay. This is what 6-year-olds dream about. One day I'll have a spaceship and I'll live in the clouds and I'll do my own podcast from a spaceship. And I'll be the strongest and I'll be the only one that doesn't get destroyed in the war because of my... Okay, I can't.
Read the message.
This is insane. Imagine the last time you thought about being in space. Fuck. Are we doing that? Are we in space?
Okay, Patrick, do you have to say it so many times? I mean,
it's just like a social experiment to see how long I can withstand Patrick's little space bit.
This is all building to something. Watch this.
Okay.
Oh, you just talked over. He's just getting to it. All right.
Are we doing that? Are we in space? And again, Jesse PS is creative. I'm not even... That's a next level. That's next level commitment and like creativity. This is this is like, no, it'll be like I'm in space.
Did you say he's scared? You think he's scared?
Yeah, he's afraid. He's afraid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, people have said that. People have said that before. In fact, you know who said that before was Aaron Imholt.
I don't think Patrick wants Jesse PS smoke. Jesse's a fucking weirdo.
Stein is on a blimp, and it's like at least a spin on this. This is like he went on a graphics website like, what could I download? Cool.
Okay, so
does any.
I think maybe, Sven, what we are picking up on here, what we've been seeing this whole time, is that this guy, this Win by Two fella, is copying PODAWFUL.
Yes, I think that's the logical conclusion here.
I mean, it's the only thing that makes any
Through
sense.
our deductive reasoning and research over the past hours, I think the only logical conclusion we can come to is that Blade has, in fact, been copying my best friend Jesse PS from PODAWFUL.
Right. Well, okay. Now, here's the thing. You call him Blade. Did you know that for years now they've been calling me Bullets?
I did not know that.
So,
what is that in reference to?
Because when I went, you don't like this, but when I went to Ethan Ralph's house and I went bang, 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 bang outside of it, finger guns, they call me Bullets. So I have the name Bullets. He's Blade. I'm on a moon base. He's in a space laser or something. Now every episode of his show, by the way, in the description says, "Welcome back to the space war of 2024 or something. There's all these graphics. We thought this was something he started doing a few months ago when Patrick called that out. By the way, he also got like a big board and all this other stuff. He started, I showed up in his chat room, and the next week, this is not a joke, he started using a red light. He didn't have a red light.
That's really sick. That's really cool.
It's horrifying. So he is doing Melton's content. He is using this coat of PODAWFUL paint over top of his show. And then there seems to be one other ingredient that I can't quite put my finger
but
on.
I guess we got to the bottom of it all. We figured out the big conundrum of the big tell-all.
Well, we figured it out, but just to be clear,
there's another thing.
One last thing here, Sven, because this is what the people are waiting for. This whole thing, we literally, they hate us. They hate us so much for waiting for so long.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know why people don't want to just hear about things. Rather, this is look. All right, here's what you do. You know when we both feel the same way about the slop tint and all that, and you just want to talk about whatever and make things, right? I feel the exact same way, but you're not allowed to do that no more. So how an actor will do the one for them and then one for the crowd movie. They do the small indie film for them to get accolades for and feel good about it.
I'm aware of
and then
that,
the Marvel movie. So right now we're just paying our dues or paying the toll so that we could have a Ren and Stimpy conversation for fucking 3 hours before this. So here you go to wrap it all up. I was asking people before the show. I was like, if you know Win by Two stuff, I guess send it to me because I'm surprising Sven with all this shit. And then people sent me stuff. I'm like, this sucks. I don't want to do that. This guy, he's nothing. I want to be clear. This guy's
tedious.
It's tedious. He's not a goon. I don't ever want to cover him again. I just want to embarrass him this one time with a guy who's.
I would rather never ever to hear about this guy ever again.
Of course, you are probably one of his heroes. And, he probably loves you.
Well,
so this is.
Godspeed, Blade. Good luck with your stuff.
Godspeed.
I don't
Blade.
ever hear about this.
I just want to embarrass him this one time and then never, ever, 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 ever think about him again. But I will say this. PODAWFUL's watching you. A thing I came up with in 2018. The fact is,
you came up with so many things.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
The fact is, I am going to check out his next episode. I don't know when that is. If it's, tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, because you think it might be covering this? It most likely.
No. I think he won't.
No.
But let me be clear. If he
I think this is going to spawn a mandala Mandelbrot of a gazillion new things.
There are 3 possible outcomes of this. Number 1, he comes back and he covers this and he goes, wow, look at what we're doing here. I guess. And he puts his hand like this on the desk. He makes these spider hands on his desk and he plays an explosion sound effect. And he goes, wow, check it out. Patrick Melton, blah, blah, blah. So he plays the clip, he addresses it, and then he moves on. And that is acceptable. Option number 2, he doesn't address this at all. Unacceptable. Option number 3 is he comes back the next episode. He does not do any coverage of this, but he tries to change all of the things that we've made fun of him for. Absolute worst possible outcome he could do. Now, he should change all the things we said for all the obvious reasons. But if we're the ones who bullied him into doing it, then it's very, very embarrassing. And I hope to God people will be calling him out for the rest of his career. Every single stream he does, I'm not going to do it, but every single stream he does from now on, there should be people in the chat room calling him out for all these things, making fun of him for it. Because I'm telling you, his audience has no clue. They've got no idea about any of this larger world around them. And this is where I started to really notice. He had an episode called The
Wait, are we actually going to watch another whole thing?
No, not a whole fucking thing. Jesus Christ, shut up. So
no, not shut up.
He had this whole
not shut up. I've been on for fucking 4 hours. I can't watch another fucking hour of this fucking guy.
I'm not watching an hour of it. You want to go? Are you sleepy?
Yeah, I kind of have things to do.
Okay,
got things to do.
You can go.
No, I'll stay on if you want me to stay on for a little bit.
Okay.
If we can wrap it up.
Well,
I don't want to watch another hour of this guy.
We did have 2 pee breaks and 5 plug breaks. So
that's fine.
Okay, real quick. This guy had an episode of his show called The Lady and the Grint.
Wait, let me put in. What he's going to do is he's going to make 5 episodes about this.
No, he's not.
This is going to be his full fucking coverage.
This is his worst nightmare. There's only one worse thing that could happen than this, and it's someone else doing this. There's one other person that could do this that would be 1,000 times worse for him.
Okay.
He's not going to cover this. My guess is he is not going to respond to this in any way. Check this out.
Okay.
This is an episode he did called The Lady and the Grint. And look at those glasses. And look at the in-ear monitors. Look at all of it. Now, you don't know this, Sven, but grint, you don't know that word, right?
No.
Well, it's because I invented it. I invented the word grint. Okay.
And he's using it?
And he's using it in his title of his episode here. It just means a grift hint. It's what Mersh does when he goes on Twitter and says like, "Oh, my computer broke again. Oh well." He's hoping that people will.
It's like
donate.
the opposite of a humble brag. It's like
a grift hint, a grint. So he names his episode that. He thinks that's his word now. Check this out.
Could be tomorrow. Could be somewhere down the line, the next week. I think we're just going to cover everything Patrick does, much like, Patrick and a bunch of us did the Steel Toe. By the way, Aaron M. Holt, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for yours truly, Aaron M. Holt.
So his bright idea is to cover Patrick Melton in this episode. That's a thing he's inventing here, is covering Patrick Melton.
No one's ever done that before.
No.
I don't think everyone's ever done that before. By the way, I love his little tin silver chain. It's really good flex.
Yeah.
Watch it. Thank you. And what's my name, Aaron?
What's his name? I almost said Jesse. It's not Jesse.
No.
Sean.
He has a sound drop on his board where Aaron Imholt, the guy he makes fun of every episode, accidentally confuses him for Pod Awful. He says Jesse. What's his name? Jesse. And he plays it. He plays it into his own stream as if it's not one of the most embarrassing things that has ever happened to a guy. And
it's the first time he's been acknowledged by anyone, probably.
I mean, I don't know about that. I don't watch him. I don't know. I'll never, ever, ever learn anything else about this.
Jesse, can you promise me?
Yeah.
That you will never, ever cover this guy again? Can you promise me that?
He would have to do something so outrageous for me to ever do it again.
Look, if he goes over this episode, you'll have to pull it up a little bit, right?
Maybe,
but you don't think he does?
I don't think he does, and I probably won't. And at the very least, if I do, I won't do it publicly. But I'll say,
how many episodes has he done? Is this like a staple? Is he like, because you see a lot of these little, derivative guys, and they just do 10 shows and then they stop.
No,
how many has he done?
He's been doing it for a few years now. He's like a couple.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's a couple years in. This is his evolution. You're seeing him having grown as a guy.
I see.
There is one last thing, just an image. It's not a video. It's not a video. Where the fuck did it go?
I hope the best for him. I never want to hear about him again, though.
He deleted a video. He deleted a video, or he's like hidden it. He's hidden it behind a membership thing. Today, I guess, because I had this up. This is all I've got now. This screenshot. It's gone.
Maybe he did that because he knew this was happening.
I think he had an idea. I think somebody might have clued him in. This is his last stream he did. He's full on in a space station now. He wasn't even in his normal, he's got this whole studio he built out with what money, I have no clue. And for some reason, he's just in front of a green screen on his last episode with like the world's worst stock space station image. This video was up earlier today, as far as I know. In fact, I commented on it. Luckily, I screenshotted my comment with him on here because he responded to it, believe it or not. And here is what he said. So I said, cool set on this video. This is a full episode, a full stream that is now missing from his YouTube. He hearted my comment saying cool set, and he said, thanks, this took a long time to build. I've seen other people in his comments call him out for various ripoffs like this. It is maybe one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my entire life is this guy's show. I'll put it to you like this, Sven. I did an episode over a year ago on Steel Toe Morning Show, and I said I only covered them because they had stolen one of my guys that I cover, like a guy that it makes no sense for anyone else to ever do a show about. And so I did a show about that. That was the entire bit. And I said, I will never cover them again. And I didn't cover them, and I didn't cover them, and I didn't cover them. And a year went by. And then Steel Toe, turns out he was a cuck and he was wife swapping with Nick Rekieta. So I did break
that whole jazz.
So it would have to be that level for me to cover Win by Toe again. What's his name? Win by Two.
His name is Blade, dude.
His name is Blade, aka Bullets, aka In the Paint podcast, aka whatever.
That guy was mega embarrassing. He sucked. But yes, that was the tell-all. That's what I wanted to come on to tell you guys about.
Thank you so much, everybody. Sven's tell-all.
We all love Blade. That was a tell-all. I hope you guys got what you wanted from that. I think it was a pretty good success.
I think that was pretty good. People liked the whole thing. They were not definitely tuning out over and over again, then tuning back in to see if you actually said anything worthwhile.
No, I mean, what do you mean? What did they want me to say? We were here to cover Blade, and I think we did a good job. We talked about...
Oh, my God. Wait a second. I'm just realizing the title of the show, the Sven Stoffels Tell-All.
Yeah.
Do you think... No. You don't think it's possible they thought we were going to talk about...
I don't know what you're talking about. Talk about what, possibly? I think everything's been covered.
Yeah, I don't know what else it could be, to be honest. Anyway, so Sven, thank you so much for doing the show with me here. And
thank you,
I know this is really tough for you because you've been having some diarrhea issues.
You didn't even know the half of it. It's been the worst couple of days of my life.
Can I make we go?
The Gaza war is going on in my tummy.
Before we go, can I make one suggestion on that?
Yeah. Can we also do like a slow kiss into the microphone?
I was hoping to God.
See, that's nice.
All right,
See, that's what
so
people are tuning in for.
I really liked having you. I liked our conversations. I think we really align on a lot of things, but I want to help you out with this one last bit. I know you've been having diarrhea trouble. I was going to make a suggestion.
Please.
Have you considered wearing diapers?
You know what? I've had like a friend of mine suggested to me, but I think it's too much. But maybe we'll get into that next time.
All right, next episode, everybody. Next time on Pod Awful.
Tune in next time.
Sven, the new permanent co-host of Pod Awful. Butch,
I'll be here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from now on.
Butch Killigan on Kickstarter. Go support it. Everything we've done here tonight is a joke, but I do like Sven's work, and I always have, even when he was really, really, really mean to me. And
I don't remember any of that.
Well, he drew a picture of me one time as something really, really fucked up.
As a black guy.
So if you would like to support this show, by the way, you can join the Pizza Fund, podawful.pizza. Join any level, get access to lots and lots and lots of content that's banned on YouTube. Immediately following this right now, we're going to jump over to the Pizza Fund and get on there and do a pod after show. Yeah, you can leave. I'm letting you go.
But wait. How long do you do? How many? I thought the show was like 2 hours.
Honestly, it's normally the show's normally like an hour long. It's just like we're dragging this.
No. Wait, after this, you're gonna do pizza after show. How long is it?
It'll be a little tiny, 3 or 4 hours.
No, come on. I'm honestly interested. How long is that gonna be?
No joke. Every episode's complete. There's no set. It's completely different.
Okay, so you don't have like.
No, I'm trying to actually. Here's what I want: I want to get shows down to an hour. I'm not joking. And then
how long do we do this right now? Like 5 hours or some shit? How long is this?
4 hours and 10 minutes right now.
God damn it!
I know.
That's nuts.
That is nuts.
Well, listen, it was cool. It was a good appearance. I think we had some really good. Here's the thing. Whenever we were talking about genuine, like art and design philosophy and future predictions and stuff, people are like, oh God, fuck this shit. Yeah. Is that true, or is that just you?
100% that was happening. No, there were a lot of people who were enjoying that stuff, and those are the people we're doing it for. Look, obviously, a lot of people tuned in because of the title of this fucking.
Obviously, but that's Listen, but we covered that too. You got what you wanted.
You got everything. You got future Ren and Stimpy
downs,
talk,
conflict, antagonism, friendships, love, hate, blossomings of friendships, dwindlings, reblossomings.
And you got surprise Patrick Melton coverage by the guy who literally invented making fun.
I invented Patrick Melton.
Making fun of Patrick Melton. I mean,
yes.
You think
that's true? People don't give me credit for that, but I invented.
You think I'm about trying to get credit for me for? I'm just about everyone trying to get the credit they deserve, and you.
Oh, that's what it is about. Okay.
That credit for real.
Right.
So.
All right. Cool.
Anyway,
right, Jesse. Thank you for having me. Oh wait. Oh, sorry.
No, you can go. Bye.
No. Wait. I think.
What is happening? He's just stuck there. I'm stuck with Sven, just looking at him and being a part of his life now. I don't think so, mister. What is going on? Wow, that's stuck there. Okay, well, I'm going to figure out that issue, and then we're going to go over to the Pizza Fund. Join us for a pod after show where we're going to talk about Comedy Sheman, because he's been losing his mind in chat. I was originally going to have Sven react to some Comedy Sheman, see what he had to say about it. But I didn't feel like doing that to him. And to be honest, I think Clay would have liked it too much. I also saw people in the chat were calling the Comedy Sheman the Sodomy Shaman, which I like a lot. Congrats on that. Join the Pizza Fund, podawful.pizza, $6 level. Get immediate access to this Pod After show and all of our Pod After shows and so much more. Podawful.pizza.
Support the show. Join the Pizza Fund. PodAwful.pizza.
Pizza.
PodAwful.pizza.
Yeah, thank you, Lenny. Lenny in chat says, check out Mitch Murder Gun. Be sure you subscribe to Sven's podcast, Mitch Murder Gun, on Apple Go. All right, and until next time, see you over in the Pizza Fund. Have an awful day. Bye.
I'm a fag.